Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Became a Hero Without a Quirk under Aizawa? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Aizawa Shoyuta valued his privacy above almost everything. As a consequence, he also valued his role as a low-profile hero. Sure, heroes like All Might inspired people in droves, but Aizawa never felt comfortable in that kind of position. He would much rather stay in the peripherals, help people without really being noticed, and then move on with no one the wiser. His quirk relied on his ability to go unnoticed. It was something he was good at, which is why this latest turn of events was throwing him for quite the loop. Nothing had seemed out of the ordinary when he left UE's campus. A few brave students waved goodbye. Aizawa had nodded in response and continued on his way. No one had been there when he left through the back gates, and he had walked quickly to the train station for a jump farther into town. Maybe that was where he had picked them up? Although he felt sure he would have remembered seeing them, that hair color was distinctive for all that the rest of him wasn't. The fact that he wasn't sure unsettled him. After exiting his train, there was only another short walk to his apartment complex, up a few flights of stairs, and down the hall to his door. Of course, it would have been a short walk if he didn't have to take roundabout paths to trip up any followers. Privacy and all that. He was sure his little stalker hadn't gotten his room number from any of the building staff. He had chosen the place specifically for their ability to keep their mouths shut and their noses out of other people's business. Which means that he had to have been followed, either from the school or from the station. He had just put his bag of papers to grade down on the table and moved to throw himself near the closet comfortable surface for a quick nap when there was a soft, hesitant knock at the door. Aizawa stopped, one of his cats coming to twine its way around his legs, but he didn't make to open the door. He hadn't been expecting guests, and anyone who knew the location of his apartment knew him well enough to know that he didn't appreciate unannounced guests. The knock came again, a little louder this time but just as hesitant. Marlowe looked up at him, tilting his head. "Are you going to answer that?" He seemed to ask, and then decided to make the decision for him by darting to the door and dragging his nails down the polished wood. With a heavy sigh, Aizawa moved his cat out of the way and opened the door. "Whatever you want, you have the wrong dash," his voice cut off as he realized who was standing at the doorway. A kid probably no older than a second year in middle school stood in front of him, looking up at Aizawa nervously. His green hair stood out in uncontrolled curls, freckles decorating the bridge of his nose. Everything about him, from his appearance to the clothes he wore, seemed ordinary. Plain. Average. Aizawa probably wouldn't have noticed him standing in a crowd, but with only a foot separating them in his apartment corridor, the look in the boy's eyes was unmistakable. Aizawa saw that same look in his students' faces every day. Eraserhead-sen, the boy stammered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, watching his movements. This boy knew who he was. Not only that, but he knew about his apartment. Knew where to find him. Who was he? "I think you're mistaken. Go home, kid." Aizawa could be intimidating to even some of the pro heroes, and from the boy's anxious demeanor he expected him to be no exception. He made to close the door again only to have a foot stuck hastily in the way. "I mean it." The boy looked up to him, meeting his gaze with a steely determination that didn't match the nervous edge to his voice. "I know you're Eraserhead. I've spent weeks tracking you down." It was clear the kid wasn't leaving, so, after a quick glance down the hallway to make sure they weren't overheard and another heavy sigh, Aizawa gestured for the boy to enter. The smile that lit up his face at not being turned away was almost too much. "Your name?" Aizawa grunted, leading him to the living room. His nap may have been interrupted, but he wasn't going to stand around while they talked. Marlowe jumped into the boy's lap as soon as he Saturday Demon Cat. "Me Midoriya Izuku." His name was as plain as his appearance. "Well, get on with it." Aizawa leaned back in his airchair, keeping his eyes on the boy, Midoriya Izuku. He didn't get the impression that the kid was there to harm him, but one could never be too careful. "The reason I came here is..." Midoriya paused, brushing a hand along the cat's back. "I've wanted to be a hero for as long as I can remember dash." I have nothing to do with admissions to UE, kid. Aizawa cut him off. Maybe this wasn't going to be worth his time after all. You want help getting in, you've come to the wrong place. Midoriya looked insulted at the insinuation, but he continued without comment. I've wanted to be a hero for as long as I can remember, but I'm quirkless. That had been unexpected. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And this has to do with you just showing up at my apartment because I want to be a hero even though I'm quirkless. And I thought that you would be the person to talk to. Midoriya continued to pet Marlowe, but the look he set on Aizawa was hard. I have a quirk, he said. Yes, but erasing other people's quirk doesn't completely stop them. It's not like a physically manifested quirk that can be used for offense and defense. I've watched videos of your fights, the few of them that exist. You nullify people's quirks with your own, but everything else? The way you fight them? That's something that you had to learn. Something that you need in addition to your quirk, right? So you could technically say you fight them quirkless. Midoriya had obviously put a lot of thought into this. Analyzing his approach, finding his apartment. Aizawa would almost be impressed with him if he wasn't getting the feeling this whole conversation was going to give him a long-term headache. That would be correct, I suppose. The boy's smile got even brighter, and God, was he taking lessons from All Might, because only the number one hero had a smile that hopeful. Looking at it that way, it should be possible for me to still be a hero even without a quirk. I may not be able to erase people's quirks in the same way you can, but something I'm really good at is analyzing them, breaking them down and understanding them. Midoriya reached into his backpack and spread 10 well-worn notebooks across Aizawa's coffee table, flipping one of them open so that Aizawa could see the notes that he had written. Even from a glance, he could tell they were well done. If I can nullify people's quirks by figuring out how to counter them, then I can still be a hero, right? All I need to do is get better at analyzing. And learn to fight. And that's where I thought you came in. You want me to train you? His blunt words and flat tone caused Midoriya to flinch slightly, but he didn't break eye contact, and for that Aizawa was a little grateful. It made his decision easier. Midoriya fidgeted in his seat, Marlowe pressing a paw against his hands to get him to stop moving. His words didn't betray his nerves, though. I want you to train me. I found you after all. You can't say my potential is zero. Aizawa stared at the boy, too young to know what he was really asking, for a long time without speaking. Midoriya squirmed in his spot again, but he still didn't look away from the intensity of the hero's gaze. It's not going to be as easy as you think. You have a huge disadvantage you have to make up for, whether it's your fault or not. Midoriya started nodding excitedly. Aizawa continued before he could interrupt. This will not be pleasant. It will not be fun. If I at any point decide you can't handle it, we stop and you don't bother me about it again. I don't make a habit of sending kids into danger I know they can't be prepared for. Is that understood? Yes, Eraserhead-sen. Understood. Midoriya bowed low from his seat, and Marlowe meowed loudly in protest before hopping down and running out of the room. And Midoriya? Yes. My name is Aizawa. Use it. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa sighed again. A very long headache indeed. Aizawa sat in his living room long after Midoriya Izuku had left. Midoriya knew how to make an impression, he would give him that. There was no better way of grabbing his attention than proving to him that his privacy wasn't as absolute as he liked to think. From a quick glance through the notebooks he asked Midoriya to leave behind, he could tell that the kid had a talent for observation. The drawings, while not the most artistic, were clear. And his analysis of their quirks? Midoriya could have only seen glimpses of fights in person or short, repeated clips that aired on the news, but his explanations of their quirks were concise and, as far as Aizawa could tell, accurate. If that skill was developed, even if he didn't make it as a pro hero himself, he could be of a lot of help. There had never been a quirkless student accepted into UE before. Not in the Gen Ed course, and definitely not in the hero course. But that didn't mean there never could be. Could Midoriya be the first? Aizawa didn't know, but he couldn't write him off yet. He had had a good point about Aizawa's own quirk, after all. Blocking people's ability to use their quirks really only put Aizawa and his opponent on an even playing field. Without their quirk, people had to rely on whatever other training they may have had. But that only worked with people whose quirks didn't manifest in some kind of physical change. Most people didn't put much effort into learning how to fight without their quirks, and that put Aizawa at a clear advantage. But quirks that developed as extra arms, horns, things like that? Aizawa could admit that he did essentially fight Quirkless, for all the good his quirk did him. And Midoriya had figured that out. Midoriya had watched the very few videos that existed of Aizawa fighting, put together how he used his quirk, realized how Aizawa could help him, and somehow tracked him down to his apartment, an apartment that only the staff at Yui knew he had. Not zero potential indeed. Aizawa needed to speak to Midoriya's mother, and soon. He had been right about the boy's age. Just starting his second year of middle school. That meant he had 2 years to get Midoriya where he needed to be if he was serious about being a hero. For such an unorthodox method of fighting, the kid needed to be at Yui where Aizawa could continue to keep an eye on him, where the teachers were skilled enough to give him his best chance. But none of that mattered if Midoriya's mother didn't give her okay. Aizawa wasn't about to go and train a kid, someone who wasn't even technically his student, without their guardian's okay. Parents who sent their kids to Yui knew the risks that came along with being a hero, knew somewhat what they were getting themselves and their children into. Aizawa would afford Midoriya Inko the same respect. If she said yes, Aizawa would take on his little headache of a student. It might even be worth it in the end. Marlowe mewed his agreement, ducking his chin under Aizawa's as the hero pulled out his phone and texted Midoriya his request. He couldn't believe it. During the weeks it had taken him to track Aizawa Shoyuta down, Izuku had refused to allow himself to hope. Yes, it would be amazing if the hero agreed to train him, but how likely was that to happen? He had been told for years that he couldn't be a hero because he lacked a quirk. Been laughed at and ridiculed every single time he talked about his dream. Nothing was different this time, and knowing that nothing would probably come from it, Izuku had still spent every free moment figuring out where the elusive pro-hero lived. Even if Aizawa slammed the door in his face, Izuku needed to prove to himself that he could do it. That all the time he had put into gathering information on heroes and their quirks hadn't gone to waste. And then the impossible had happened. Aizawa agreed to help him. As long as he got his mother's permission first. Izuku didn't know which conversation he had been more nervous about. He would almost rather face Eraserhead's glare again than tell his mother what he had been up to. But he felt that that was almost the point. He had agreed to do what Aizawa said, and Aizawa wanted to meet his mother. If Izuku couldn't fulfill this simple request, how could Aizawa trust him in the future? So he had gathered his courage, sat his mom down, and told her what he had done. She had cried at first, both proud of him for continuing to chase his dream and angry at him for doing something like that without talking to her about it. Once she had stopped crying, Inko had pulled him into a tight hug and didn't let go. Ultimately she had agreed to meet with Aizawa though, and that was how Izuku found himself sitting next to his mother, Aizawa sitting across from them in the small living room of their apartment. Izuku fidgeted in his seat as Aizawa stared at him. Was he expecting Izuku to speak first? What was he even supposed to say in this situation? Yes, this is the hero I basically stalked for over a month so I could find out where he lived? Introductions had happened as soon as the pro-hero arrived, Izuku hovering nervously as his mother had taken in Aizawa's grungy-looking clothes, his long hair in disarray, the scarf wrapped multiple times around his neck, before she had smiled widely and thanked him for coming with a small bow. At Inko's suggestion they had then moved to the living room where they could sit and talk more comfortably, but they had been sitting for almost 5 minutes without a single word. Both Izuku and his mother were nervous people by nature, but she didn't seem bothered by the silence like she normally would, taking the opportunity to look over the man who had agreed to train her son, leaving only Izuku to sit uncomfortably as the silence wore on. "I'll cut straight to it," Aizawa said, his expression giving nothing away. "Your son has potential even without a quirk. But I won't train him unless you give your approval." "Why, you think he can be a hero?" Inko asked, wringing her hands. "You aren't just saying this because he asked?" Izuku wanted to protest, but he held back. His mother wasn't trying to hurt him. He knew that. She worried that he would get himself in over his head, that it would be too dangerous. He didn't blame her for being concerned. Her lack of faith, like always, still hurt though. Like I told him, I don't make it a habit of dragging kids into situations they can't handle. He has potential. As for whether he can be a hero, that's up to him. And things outside of his control. Aizawa answered honestly. He has a talent for observation, picking apart the quirks of others to know their weaknesses. If he can get into Yui, that's his best shot at making this work. Inko's face turned serious. And you can help him get in? I won't pull any strings at the school if that's what you're asking. But I can make sure he's prepared for the exam. Trained for the kind of situations he would face if he got accepted. Then he turned to Izuku. I don't believe in lying to my students. This is going to be the hardest thing you have ever done. No one without a quirk has been accepted to Yui before. You would be the first. A lot of people are going to make assumptions about you. Judge you. Can you handle that? Could he handle being judged for being quirkless? Izuku would have laughed if he knew how Aizawa would react. I'm already judged for that, Aizawa-sensei. I don't let it define me anymore. Something shifted in Aizawa's eyes that Izuku couldn't read before it was gone, his face expressionless once again. Here are the terms. I have a gym I train at in my time off. We will meet there twice a week to start. You will tell no one where it's located. In addition to those face-to-face sessions, I will give you a training menu to follow. You will not deviate from this menu, is that understood? He waited for Izuku to nod before he continued. I will make sure it's at the appropriate difficulty. I also want a weekly update on your grades and schoolwork. If your grades drop, we're done. Inko sat up straighter at that condition, looking at Aizawa approvingly. You seem to me like someone with an obsessive nature, but all this training won't do you any good if you can't pass the Yui entrance exam. Your schoolwork is important too, so don't ignore it. You fail to follow my instructions or give me reason to think you aren't taking this seriously, and we're done. Does that sound reasonable to you, Midoriya-san? It sounds great to me. Thank you, Aizawa-san. I won't let you down. Aizawa took in the determined look in Izuku's face, the eagerness in his voice. You better not. He said, not unkindly. I don't waste my time. It took a moment for the compliment to register, but when it did, Izuku's smile grew even wider. People were often shocked to discover that Aizawa actually enjoyed teaching for the same reasons they found it difficult to understand his relationship with Hisashi. Aizawa appreciated his privacy, his solitude. He had a dry sense of humor that tended to go misunderstood, and he generally seemed disinterested in the politics of the pro-hero community. But Aizawa loved teaching. He felt that it wasn't even too much of an exaggeration to say that he was good at it. Maybe that was why he was so frustrated with himself over what to do about Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Inko had agreed to let Aizawa train her son, and so Aizawa wouldn't hold back. He couldn't. Not if he wanted Midoriya to be ready for the entrance exam in time. An entrance exam that would require him to fight giant robots without a quirk. This was exactly why Aizawa had tried to tell them the exam needed to change. Sure, it was a fine way to test the strengths of students whose quirks manifested in some physical way, but for those whose quirks didn't? There was almost no way they could pass that test without prior knowledge and training. Training that Yui itself was supposed to provide. His own journey to the hero course had been longer than it needed to be because of that oversight. How many potential heroes were turned away because of an ill-designed test? Aizawa would continue to advocate for changing it, but he had been outnumbered in that argument so far. There was no guarantee it would change before Midoriya took the test in 2 years. He would have to fight those robots on his own, and given his age and the fact that he wasn't a Yui student, Aizawa's normal methods weren't available. He would have to improvise, find some other way to push his student to his limits. And who knew, he might not even be working with Midoriya anymore by the time that exam rolled around. Aizawa's phone vibrated in his pocket, the sensors alerting him that someone had crossed onto the property of the warehouse he used as his gym. A few minutes later, the door slid open, the grating sound of metal on metal echoing in the open space. Aizawa-sensei? Now that Midoriya had gotten Aizawa to agree, it seemed that he had remembered he was supposed to be intimidated by the hero. Aizawa could see him shaking from across the room. Over here, Midoriya, Aizawa sighed. While he couldn't say that such a reaction from his students was uncommon, He had thought that given the way Midoriya had shown up at his apartment, had invited him over to speak to his mother, that they would be able to skip this part. Midoriya made his way to where Aizawa stood in front of a series of padded mats laid out on the floor, a stiffness in his movements that didn't bode well for their training session. I am so glad you messaged me about meeting here yesterday because he had started concerned that I had changed door mine and dash. His words ran together as he spoke, his voice barely louder than a mumble. Was there an actual sentence in there somewhere? Midoriya stopped and then, with what looked like a conscious effort to speak clearly, said again. I'm so glad you messaged me about meeting today. I was worried you had changed your mind. I'll work with you until you show me there's no point. Continue to give your best efforts, and that shouldn't be a problem. Midoriya nodded so quickly, Aizawa thought he might hurt himself and gestured for him to join him on the mats. Now calm down. We don't have a lot of time, and you aren't going to learn anything if you are so worked up you can't even walk normally. Once again, it took Midoriya a moment to settle himself, but he took a deep breath, that determined look returning to his eyes, and moved to stand across from Aizawa. Before we do anything, Aizawa said slowly, I need to know what kind of experience you have. I've been through your... You've clearly improved in U analysis as time has passed, but there are still a lot we can work on in that regards. Midoriya's answering nod was more controlled this time. Now that the lesson had started, his restless energy seemed to have shifted from nervous to excited. Aizawa would have to remember that for their future lessons. How much experience do you have in actual fighting? They would start at square one anyway, but Aizawa needed to know how many bad habits he was going to have to spend time breaking. He tugged at the scarf wrapped around his neck absent-mindedly. Something else to think about as well. Not a lot. For someone who seemed to understand the value of information, Midoriya wasn't giving him much to work with. Do you know how to take a punch? That I've been punched a lot. Is that the same thing? The innocence and seriousness of that question. What had Aizawa gotten himself into? No, that's not the same thing. Why? From what he could tell, Midoriya wasn't the type to pick a fight. If something had happened, he wasn't the one to instigate it. Aizawa had a feeling he knew, unfortunately, but he wanted to see if Midoriya would tell him. When the boy shrugged in response, Aizawa dropped it. He would do something about that if it continued to be a problem, but for now he would have to trust Midoriya to let him know if it continued to be a problem. Izuku was just coming to terms with the fact that training with Aizawa was going to mean a lot of silent pauses when the hero launched himself at him. Flinching back, Izuku almost lost his balance and flailed to stay upright, but the hit never came. When he opened his eyes, Aizawa's hand was a few inches from his face. Flinching like that is a natural reaction for a reason, Aizawa said when Izuku turned his attention back on the hero's face. It's generally a helpful response when something is flying at your face, but for seeing what's going on, focusing on what you need to do next, not so much. That's what we're going to work on first. Now, for times around this room is a mile. Run 6 miles. Then we'll get started. Izuku had died, or at least what he felt now was how he imagined dying felt like. His mother had taken one look at him when he got back to the apartment after his first training session with Aizawa and told him to go take a bath while she finished his dinner. All Izuku wanted to do though was sleep, but Aizawa's instructions included a strict order not to skip meals. He knew it was going to be difficult. He had heard the rumors about Aizawa from some of his UE students while he was tracking down the hero's apartment. There's a difference in hearing about what a tough teacher he is though, and actually living it. The rumors didn't do him justice. After running 6 miles, Izuku already felt like he was going to collapse, but Aizawa was just getting started. He had Izuku go through all of the normal PE.E fitness tests, Aizawa taking careful notes of his results the whole time. Then they had moved back to the mats where he then walked Izuku the correct way to throw a punch. Once Izuku had that down, Aizawa had told him to try to hit him, and that was where the real training began. Everything hurt, and Izuku knew he would be sore in the morning when he got up to run before classes. He had done it though, and Aizawa had scheduled their next session, meaning Izuku couldn't have disappointed him too badly. For the first time, Izuku felt like he actually had a chance. He could be a hero, quirkless or not. And it was all thanks to Aizawa Shoyuda. There were a lot of things about Midoriya Izuku that set Bakugo off. He hated the earnest look on his face. The way he always seemed to be there to witness Bakugo's weakest moments with a smile and a helping hand. How he had clung to his dream of being a hero after he should have come to terms with the fact that he was quirkless years ago. In all honesty, Bakugo didn't need to have a reason to be set at Deku, but he liked to have one anyway. And today that reason was dumbass Deku's bag. Since their first year in middle school, Deku had always carried the same stupid bag, the red, blue, and yellow of All Might's color scheme clear from where Bakugo sat across the room. It had been a limited release, Bakugo knew, because he had tried and failed to get one when they came out, and the hero-obsessed loser had used it every day, mocking Bakugo with his failure whether he was aware of it or not. But that wasn't the bag he carried anymore. His new bag, black with a white stripe along the bottom and a pair of what looked like yellow goggles in the middle, looked familiar. It had to be related to some pro-hero, but Bakugo couldn't place which one. That fact added to his already simmering anger, but if it had been just the bag, Bakugo might have been able to ignore it. Something had changed about Deku in the last few weeks though, and whatever it was, Bakugo didn't like it. The dumbass had always been upfront about his intentions to still try to be a pro-hero, despite how useless he would be without a quirk. It got him a lot of flack from teachers and students alike, but he had always reacted to it with a wobbly smile and meek protest. Deku would shift uncomfortable at the attention, mumble something about there being nothing stopping him from trying, and wait until whoever was confronting him grew bored and moved on. Even in the face of Bakugo's own abuse, Deku never really fought back, letting Bakugo and his friends push him around. That set him off too, the way Deku never stood up for himself. He could hold onto his dream in the face of everything telling him to give it up, but he wouldn't stop people from pushing him around. Until whatever happened that made him change his bag. Bakugo had no proof the two things were linked, but he knew that they were, and it was all because their teacher brought up high school applications. "I know that you all are only second years," Yoshida-sensei said, standing at the front of the room, "but that doesn't mean that you can put off thinking about high school until next year. You need to have your top choices narrowed down by the end of this year so that you can spend next year studying for your entrance exams and preparing your applications." After taking a look around the room at all of the students ignoring him, Yoshida-sensei sighed. "You need to take this seriously. The high school you attend will have an enormous effect on your potential job prospects post-graduation, especially those of you who are planning on trying to become pro-heroes. Don't cut yourself off from opportunities because you wasted time and didn't prepare. Now I want all of you to stand up and tell me which school would be your top choice if you had to decide today. Let's start with you, Miyamoto, and go in order." This was a stupid exercise, Bakugo thought, ignoring his classmates as they started to list off their top schools. Whatever schools they chose, it didn't matter to him. Bakugo knew where he was going, had known where he was going since his quirk manifested. He would be the only person from this crummy old school, and "I am going to be in Yui Academy's hero course." Bakugo had to have heard wrong. He was the only person who would be going to Yui. The only person who could. And those words sure as F hadn't come from him. A mop of curly green hair stood a few desks away from him, his back straight as he looked at Yoshida-sensei. "Deku," Bakugo growled, and he watched as Midoriya tensed at the sound of his voice but didn't turn around. Laughter and whispers broke out around the room as Yoshida chuckled nervously. "I know that I said your top school, Midoriya, but by that I meant a school you could feasibly be accepted into. Yui is the most competitive hero school in the country, and well, Midoriya, you don't have a quirk. It would be impossible for you to be accepted at all, let alone for the hero course." Laughter filled the classroom once more. Bakugo could see the stress in Deku's shoulders, the way he shook as the class laughed around him, but he didn't sit down. He didn't fold in on himself like he always had before, but continued to stare straight ahead, his face adopting an emotionless expression that didn't seem to fit Deku's normal nervous energy. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "This is why I wanted us to have this discussion." Yoshida made a sweeping gesture at Deku. "You need to know, given your grades and what profession you want to be in, which schools are most appropriate. Having dreams is fine, but when it comes to your education you need to be more realistic. Choose another school, Midoriya. You have great grades. You're intelligent, but that isn't enough to get into Yui. It isn't enough to be a hero. It's unfortunate, But as your teacher I need to make sure you are prepared for your future and dash. It isn't impossible, Deku said, loud and clear for the entire class to hear him. What? Yoshida looked stunned. Midoriya Izuku had interrupted a teacher, and the entire class was frozen. Bakugo leaned forward in his seat, eyes trained on his old friend. Deku hadn't stuttered. He hadn't mumbled. He just stared at Yoshida with that blank look that seemed so out of place, his emotions hidden behind a wall that even Bakugo couldn't see through despite how well he knew him. I said that it isn't impossible. You are right that there has never been a student without a quirk accepted to UE before, but just because there isn't a precedent for it doesn't mean it can't happen. There is no rule that says a quirk is a prerequisite for admission, meaning that I have just as much of a chance of getting in as any other person who applies. To be accepted you have to pass the exam. I can pass the exam without a quirk. Midoriya, there may not be a rule against taking the exam without a quirk, but that does not mean you have the same chance of getting in. Please be reasonable. This is your future we are talking about. Yoshida pleaded, still too caught off guard by being interrupted to punish him for speaking out of turn. My future is at UE. Deku responded calmly and sat. The class erupted. What the actual F dash? Bakugo shut out the chaos around him. He didn't need to listen to know that Yoshida wasn't regaining control of the class anytime soon after that, and honestly he didn't care. Because where the hell had that come from? Deku had never given up on being a hero over the years. That had always been true, but that composed, collected attitude? He had interrupted a teacher who had already shut Deku down about being a hero multiple times in the short PRD they had been in his homeroom, and he did it without fidgeting or mumbling or stuttering. Small explosions burst from his hands, but Yoshida was still too preoccupied getting the class in order to pay him any attention. Not that Bakugo would have listened if he had, because that FING idiot Deku was trying to take his chance away from him. Bakugo was supposed to be the only student from their school trying for UE. Bakugo was supposed to be the only one to have a chance at being a pro hero, and Quirkless Deku not only still believed that he could be a hero, but he thought he could get in UE as he was. Only the best of the best got into UE, and that meant Bakugo and Bakugo only. Something was definitely wrong with Deku, and Bakugo would get to the bottom of it eventually. When Izuku sat back down it felt like his brain had short-circuited. He couldn't believe he had just done that, but he also couldn't bring himself to feel bad about it either. Izuku had listened to people tell him for years that what he wanted was pointless, that there was no possible way he could ever live up to his dreams. He had tried to ignore them, to focus only on why he wanted to be a hero, but over the years their words had slipped through the cracks in the walls he tried to build around his resolve, resurfacing every time he started to doubt himself, whispering all the reasons he would fail. No one had ever told him he could be a hero. No one until Aizawa. Aizawa believed that he could make it into UE without a quirk, believed it enough that he had agreed to train him, and if Aizawa believed in him then Izuku could believe in himself just a little more. Doubt would linger, of course it would, until UE officially accepted him. But Izuku had told Aizawa that he didn't let being quirkless define him, and he refused to make himself a liar by letting Yoshida tell him to give up without even trying. Izuku would get a lot of criticism for being a quirkless student at UE. Aizawa had warned him. So maybe now was the time to start figuring out how to take it. He could feel Kaken staring at him the rest of class, but he didn't turn around. The moment class ended he grabbed his bag and was out the door. He had stood up to one person today. Kaken could wait. When he got back to his apartment his mother greeted him from the kitchen. I'll bring you a snack in just a few minutes. Do you have a lot of work to do today, Izuku? Just some stuff for Aizawa-sensei before our session tomorrow, he answered. He gave me a few more profiles he wanted me to look over. Barely 2 weeks had passed since he had started training with Aizawa, but Izuku could already tell that tracking down the elusive hero had been the best decision of his life. They had only met 4 times for 3 hours each session, but on days they weren't meeting Izuku followed Aizawa's instructions to the letter. The tasks outlined for him to complete alternated between physical and mental exercises, and all of them were designed to push him to his limits. He felt exhausted, collapsing into bed the moment he finished each night, but he could tell that he had improved, the challenges getting just a little bit less challenging each day. He had always wondered what made UE the best, why it consistently had the most graduates become pro-heroes. Other schools had pro-heroes as teachers too, after all. 2 weeks with Aizawa had answered that question. If UE students had an entire staff of teachers like Aizawa, teachers who seemed to know exactly how to pull the best out of each student, how to push them without breaking them, it was clear why they always came out on top. It made Izuku excited to think about where he would be when it came time to take the entrance exam. Keeping in mind they had an actual training session the next day, Izuku's work for the day had been light, a 6-mile run before school and a mental exercise to do after. On the days he had a break from physical training, Izuku always did the same thing. Aizawa would send him short descriptions of Quirk's current students at UE possessed, making sure not to include any names. This list would usually include 15 to 20 quirks, with the amount of information given varying from quirk to quirk. Izuku would read each description and then have 30 seconds to record himself saying everything he could about the potential strengths and weaknesses of that individual quirk. When you are confronting a villain, Aizawa had explained the first time he had given Izuku the assignment. You aren't going to have endless amounts of time to make your observations. You need to work on processing a lot more information a lot faster, learning what information is important and what you can ignore. The less time you have to spend figuring out their quirk, the sooner you can find a way to stop them. Your goal needs to be to find their weakness and exploit it before they even know you're there. Making voice recordings of his observations also meant that he couldn't go back and fix his mistakes because you need to learn how to make them and move on from them. Mistakes happen, but it's your reaction to them that's going to make things easier or harder in the long run. The first night had been a disaster. He'd stumbled over his words, mumbled a little too quietly for the mic to pick up, and at one point completely forgot how to speak. He was so nervous. Like with the physical training though, the recordings got easier. He still ran out of time before making all of the connections he needed to, but Aizawa hadn't seemed disappointed in his progress. Izuku found some reassurance in that, and each night he went back over the profiles, adding all of the information to his journals, making note of what was essential and what he could have left out. He had never thought to time himself before, never had access to so many different quirks. All in all, it was the perfect training for him. Tomorrow though, he would be starting something new. Aizawa had been shifting his training just enough as time passed to keep him from becoming too comfortable, and he had finally deemed Izuku good enough at the most basic hand-to-hand fighting to add something else to his menu. Tomorrow they were going to talk about what Izuku could add to his arsenal to help even the odds when it came to fighting without a quirk. While Izuku had been right about Aizawa basically fighting Quirkless, it was because of his quirk that he and his opponent were put on a more even playing field. Izuku couldn't nullify other people's quirks, so he needed another skill to be able to compensate. He knew he should be nervous, but he felt too excited. Izuku trusted Aizawa, but the pro-hero had made it clear that he would only teach him as long as he continued to prove that he had potential. Every new task, every new skill. They were all tests. Pass and the training continued. Fail and Aizawa might decide that Izuku wasn't worth his time anymore. Izuku didn't want to think about what would happen then, so he pushed the thought firmly out of mind. There were a lot of things about Midoriya Izuku that Aizawa didn't understand. When he first agreed to train the kid, he knew he would be an interesting student. He couldn't be anything other than interesting after that kind of introduction. He knew he was dedicated, determined, that he had initiative, but Aizawa hadn't been sure how all of this training would pan out. Determination can only get you so far after all. It would be nice if determination and hard work were all it took to be a pro-hero. If that were the case, then every graduate from UE would be successful, but unfortunately that wasn't how it worked. Some things, maybe most things that were lofty enough goals to be considered dreams, required a little something extra. An innate talent that can't be taught, a drive that exceeds simple determination. The kind of thing that you either have or you don't, and no amount of work can make up for it. Aizawa hadn't known Midoriya long, and already the kid was giving him pause. It was too early to tell, he had only just started, but with each passing day Aizawa felt an instinct he had grown to trust over the years telling him that Midoriya might just be that kind of hero. And then there was the fact that he actually, genuinely seemed to like him. Aizawa knew he could be intimidating. It was an opinion he didn't care enough to dissuade. If his students were intimidated by him, then they might just listen to him a little more carefully, and who knew when that would save their lives. Yes, Midoriya acted nervous often, but Aizawa got the feeling that come more from the fact that he had basically stalked the hero, and weirdly held Aizawa in high regard. Midoriya had tried to hide it, but he wasn't that great of an actor. Not yet, at least. Aizawa had never been someone's favorite before. Maybe he should ask Hizashi for advice. Midoriya was Aizawa's student, not a fan. Only if his admiration interfered with his training would Aizawa broach the topic with his friend. He had told no one he was training Midoriya, and he wouldn't mention it unless absolutely necessary. Although not technically not allowed, Aizawa would rather not deal with Nizu's prying or the other pro-heroes who would demand they meet Midoriya. Better to keep the kid away from that mess at all costs. In the meantime, Aizawa needed to figure out what he would suggest to Midoriya the next day. The kid still needed a lot of work on the basics. He had only started fighting 2 weeks ago after all, but he trusted him enough to up the difficulty level just a bit. The easiest thing to teach him would be the same technique Aizawa himself used with his scarves, but that would draw too much of a connection between the two. Aizawa's style was unique, and if anyone else showed up using scarves the way he did, they would know Aizawa had trained them. Midoriya needed to make his own way, succeeding or failing based off his own talent. When he made it into Yui, people would be looking for ways to tear him down. He didn't need anyone saying he only got in because of favoritism. Not after all of the work he would be putting in. "Are you sure about this, Rave?" a quiet voice asked, looking over the plans laid out across the table. Eraserhead. "There's no going back from this, you have to know that." The room had grown dark as the sun set, the papers spread out around them barely visible in the dim light. Rave didn't need to see the pages to know what was written there though. Hours of poring over the information again and again had guaranteed he would never forget it. "I'm very aware of what we're doing, Asahi. It's necessary. But murder? We kill a pro-hero and we'll have every hero in the city after us. Are you sure you can handle that?" Rave stood, the sound of his chair crashing against the floor echoing in the empty room, paper flying as he brushed them off the table. "It's Eraserhead's fault, Sai. It's his fault she's dead. We can't just let that go. He thinks he can just kill someone and get off free because he's a pro-hero? He's got another thing coming. I'm not saying that he shouldn't pay. But there has to be another way. Some way that doesn't make us targets to every pro-hero in the prefecture. He has to have some weakness, something we can strike at that's not so direct. Make him suffer like we did and then we kill him. That's not really the point of what I was saying." Asahi sighed. "You're really set on that part, aren't you? We find his weakness. We take them out. And then we kill him. Simple as that." Izuku couldn't decide whether he was more nervous or excited for his lesson with Aizawa that day. Knowing that Aizawa trusted him enough to allow him to add another element to his training comforted him, but he had no idea what to expect. Aizawa had given him no hint at what this additional training would include other than that it involved an unspecified weapon and that he needed to let his mother know he would be staying an hour later than usual. The entire walk to the old warehouse, making sure that he took the route carefully outlined by Aizawa on the chance he was being followed, Izuku wondered what the hero had planned for him. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't imagine himself fighting the way Aizawa did. The scarves fit him in a strange way, but Izuku knew that they wouldn't be right for him. Not when he couldn't eliminate quirks in the same way as Aizawa. There would be times when Izuku wouldn't be able to avoid fighting against villains whose quirks he couldn't figure out in time. Whatever Aizawa had planned, Izuku knew he would have chosen it with that limitation in mind. "Midoriya," Aizawa started the moment Izuku entered the building. "Do you know what your greatest advantage is going to need to be as someone without a quirk?" "Knowledge." Aizawa's responding grin was full of teeth and wide eyes. It would have been intimidating if Izuku hadn't gotten to know the hero over the last few weeks. Good guess, but not quite. Knowledge is important, but it means nothing if you can't do anything with it. You really need his options. And that is what our focus is going to be on today. I've started you with some basic hand-to-hand techniques, but you're going to need as many other tricks up your sleeve as possible if you're going to make this work. Today we'll be starting on another one. Reaching into his bag, Aizawa pulled out 2 metal rods and placed them on the table in front of him. Have you ever heard of a martial arts style called eskrima? Eskrima? Why did that sound so familiar? And the rods? A comic book? Izuku mumbled to himself. What? I think I've heard of it before, but I don't remember the details. Something from an old comic book? Izuku stared at the rods, struggling to remember. Definitely an old one, a series from before quirks appeared. Why can't I remember? You read comics that old? Izuku laughed nervously. The ones published before quirks had heroes who didn't have any special powers or abilities. Superheroes were just in fiction then, so, he explained, rubbing at the back of his neck as he avoided looked at his teacher. Stories like that stopped being published when people gained actual superpowers though. I didn't read a lot. They're really hard to find, hardly any of the stories can be found whole, but there was one I liked. His uniform was blue and black? He fought with weapons similar to those. Maybe he should try to track down those old comics. There might be a few other things he could take some inspiration from. Aizawa held back a sigh. Of course his hero-obsessed student had read those old comics, trying to find himself in fictional character while everyone was telling him his dream was useless. That gave him a thought, but he pushed the idea aside for the moment. Eskrima is a weapon-based style of martial arts originally from the Philippines. I started studying it before I attended UE. As you know, I eventually decided to change to my current tactics because of the limitations of my quirk, but I still kept in practice. Aizawa explained. Knowing what you remember from those comics and looking at these tools, why do you think I chose this style for you? Izuku looked at the rods again for a moment before answering. The distance your scarves allow you works primarily because you can nullify that person's quirk. I can't do that, and I can't counter their quirk with my own. When dealing with some quirks, emitter types especially, the only way I can effectively deal with them is to get in close. Also, those don't look heavy, but they're solid. Training with them would help improve my general upper body strength, which would help when I have to fight without them. It will also make sure I'm just as coordinated with my left side as my right. Aizawa nodded. That is true. They also allow the wielder to have greater control for more precise movements. You have the potential to be fast, Midoriya, and that will work in your favor if you continue to improve. Izuku beamed at the hero's praise. We won't be stopping your regular hand-to-hand sessions, but we'll work on incorporating this as well. Each method will benefit from your knowledge of the other, and when you've got a solid basis on this, we'll see about what else we can add to your arsenal. He would have to do some more research when he got home, but Izuku could see why Aizawa thought this would be a good fit for him. Also, Aizawa said, making sure that Izuku looked at him before he continued. I am adding another condition to these sessions. No more chasing after villain fights. No, Aizawa said firmly. I talk to your mother, Midoriya. She tells me things. I'm not teaching you so you can go off and be a vigilante. If that's what you want, these sessions end now. I wanted to gather data on their quirks, Izuku said softly, that's all. Aizawa talked to his mother? Izuku had no idea they had talked since the day Inko had given her permission for him to train, and the thought made him suddenly anxious. If you want to watch their fights, I can get the video for you. But running off every time there's an attack isn't safe. What did I say about sending kids off into situations they aren't prepared for? That you don't make a habit of it? You've gotten better in the last few weeks, but you aren't ready for that. The goal here is to get you into UE. Until then, I don't want you going anywhere near a villain unless you just happen to be there, and if that's the case, you leave as soon as it's safe for you to do so. If you feel like you really need something else to occupy your time, I can always assign you more work. Got it? Understood, Aizawa-sensei. Good. Then we can get started. Carefully placing the metal rods back in his bag, Aizawa pulled out two sets that were nearly identical to the first except for the fact they were made of wood. Catch, he said simply before tossing a pair to Izuku. Thanks to his previous lessons, Izuku managed to grab them without fumbling, a definite sign that his hand-eye coordination had gotten better at least. Testing their weight, Izuku couldn't help but grin. Something about this just seemed right to him, like a puzzle piece had suddenly clicked into place. Their lesson hadn't even officially started yet, but Izuku could tell that Aizawa had made the right decision. Move over to the mats, Midoriya, And let me see your grip. For the next half hour, Aizawa slowly worked Izuku through the basics, explaining how to properly hold the sticks and correcting his positions as Izuku went through the stances he had already learned. It's important to remember that these are weapons, Aizawa said when they were finished. If you aren't careful, you're just as likely to hurt yourself as you are whoever you're fighting. Learn how it feels to hold them, to move them. You need to get comfortable enough with them that they feel like extensions of yourself. Figure out what feels awkward and what feels right. I think I'm going to like this, Izuku said, his voice quiet. Despite meeting with Aizawa several times over the last few weeks and all the training and studying that came with it, it seemed to finally be sinking in that he was really doing this. Aizawa believed in him, that Izuku had known before. It had been the added boost of self-confidence he needed to stand up for his dream at school, after all. But Izuku's grip tightened on the rods. It felt like he was taking his first true step towards being a hero today. One more trick up his sleeve, Aizawa had said. One move closer to Yui. Copy me through this next sequence. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. It wasn't until the lesson ended that Izuku remembered the other reason he had been worried about their training session that day. Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa glanced at his student to see him pulling restlessly at the straps on his backpack. A backpack Aizawa was surprised to notice wasn't the red, blue, and yellow one he had grown accustomed to seeing Midoriya with. Was that bag supposed to be based off of him? When had Midoriya gotten it? Aizawa hadn't even known there was merch modeled after him. The other big heroes, sure, but Eraserhead? He certainly wasn't popular enough to warrant that kind of thing, and that was the way he liked it. Oblivious to the shock he had just given the pro hero, Izuku continued. My mother was wondering if you would like to have dinner with us tomorrow? Aizawa blinked slowly, reminiscent of a cat, before repeating, dinner? You don't have to, Izuku said, his words blurring together as he continued to pull on his bag. No pressure or anything, but we're having dinner. Well, we have dinner every night. But, do you want to come eat dinner with us? Yes. Good. I'll let her know. What's your favorite food, by the way? I'm sure she'll want to know. Katsudon. Aizawa answered with the first thing that came to mind. Great. See you tomorrow, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa stood alone in the warehouse long after Midoriya had left. He changed his bag, he said to himself, and the words seemed to echo in the empty room. Bakugo was said, and once again stupid, useless, quirkless Deku was the cause. When he realized that something changed with Deku, Bakugo felt confident that it wouldn't take him very long to figure out what exactly had happened. It was Deku. How complicated of an issue could it be? To his frustration, finding out the truth turned out to be harder than he expected. His first attempt outright asking the dumbass what the F was going on had failed spectacularly. Deku had stuttered nonsense that meant nothing to Bakugo and rushed into the classroom where he couldn't be interrogated. Eraserhead had been the only word Bakugo could pick out of his garbled mess, and he had zero clue what it meant. It had to be a hero name, he guessed, but it didn't belong to any hero Bakugo was familiar with. What kind of name was Eraserhead anyway? Surely if Bakugo hadn't heard of him, he wasn't anything special. And Deku had chosen him over All Might. The next attempt had been to try to follow him. Normally, Bakugo didn't like sneaking around. His quirk was loud, and Bakugo's volume tended to match it. Asking Deku clearly hadn't worked though, and he needed answers. So stalking the hero-obsessed loser it was. He watched as Deku gathered his things after classes and headed down the street and quickly ducked after him, making sure he kept out of sight. Only Deku still managed to ditch him in their neighborhood, something that shouldn't have been possible since Bakugo knew those streets just as well as he did. Deku had done it on purpose too. It was obvious the moment he realized he was being followed. A quick pause in his steps as he attempted to act normal, the fact that he started walking just a little bit faster. Bakugo had accepted, reluctantly, the fact that he would have to try again now that he had been made, but he turned the corner after Deku and his classmate had been gone. How he had pulled that off, Bakugo had no idea, but it set him off just thinking about it. If he needed more evidence that there was something going on, that was it right there. If only he could figure out what it was. Aizawa stood wrapped in his sleeping bag, bored, as his homeroom started. The current batch of first years he had been assigned were all around unimpressive, and it would have made things a lot easier for himself if he had just expelled them all the first day. Not to mention safer for those idiots. Excepting a few, most of this group seemed to view the exam as the hard part and were content to sit back and relax. No matter what he did, he couldn't seem to get it through their thick skulls that being a hero was danger. There were consequences for having that much responsibility. I'm giving each of you a profile on your quirk. Given you've had your abilities most of your life, and my consultant only had a few minutes, you should already know all of this. If there's information new to you, then you better rethink your priorities. You have 5 minutes before we leave for your next practical. Don't waste it. The exercise, as expected, was a complete disaster. None of these students knew how to work together, and they couldn't get over their own egos to figure out how to do it. They had potential, they wouldn't have gotten into UE if they didn't, but they had refused to live up to it. Aizawa needed a break. After dismissing his students for the day, all he had to do was grab his stuff from the staff room and drop by his apartment before going to dinner at Midoriya's. "Hey, Shoyuta!" A loud voice called behind him. "Hisashi!" "Excited to see me as always, ha Shoyuta," Hisashi said, slinging an arm over his friend's shoulder. It was a sign of their friendship that Aizawa didn't immediately shove him off. "Highlight of my day," Aizawa responded, but his tone lacked its usual biting edge. Hisashi grinned. "So what's this I've heard? About you getting analysis from a consultant? That class is so unprepared. Thought it would knock some sense into them if they realized they didn't know everything. Didn't work. Those kids think so much of themselves they aren't willing to listen. But still, a consultant? Where did you even find one? Can't tell you that. But Shoyuta, I'm curious. Maybe I'll tell you eventually," Aizawa allowed, finally shrugging off Hisashi's arm. Hisashi sighed, holding up his hands as he shrugged. "I'll hold you to that then. Now, super secret consultants aside, I've just gotten the newest season of that show I wanted you to watch. Want to come over tonight? We can marathon it. Bring Marlo." Aizawa knew Hisashi would overreact to his next words, but his friend knew him well enough to know when he was lying. "I can't. Plans." Hisashi stopped, grabbing Aizawa and pulling him to a halt as well. "Plans? What kind of plans?" "Oh, Shoyuta, are you going on a date?" "Not a date." Hisashi was never going to let this go. "I have got a meeting with that consultant. They owe me a few more profiles." Technically true. Midoriya did have a few assignments due that night that Aizawa was going to pick up while he was there. Hisashi pouted. "You need to do something fun every now and then, Shoyuta. This weekend we're having that marathon." He pointed at Aizawa sharply. "Don't make me call and leave a message on your machine. Marlo's a smart cat, he knows my voice. If I can't bug you enough to agree, you know he definitely will if he doesn't see me. This weekend." Aizawa agreed. Hisashi shot him a thumbs up. "I'll let you get going for your meeting then." Was this really a good idea, Mom? Inviting Aizawa-sensei over for dinner? I mean, I really appreciate what he's doing, but I don't want him to feel like he has to come over. I don't think Aizawa-san is the kind of person to agree to something he didn't want to do, Inko said soothingly as she finished getting dinner ready. He likes you, Izuku. He wouldn't have agreed to train you otherwise. Besides, I'm sure he could use a good meal. All of his hero duties, teaching at UE, training. He's a very busy man. The least I can do is offer a small comfort as repayment. I just dash. Inko smiled, giving her son a gentle hug. I know, Izuku. You take after me in that we both tend to worry about things outside of our control. I haven't known Aizawa-san very long, but he's a good person. He isn't going anywhere, and it's about time we get to know him better outside of being a pro hero. I have a feeling that he's going to be around for a long time. She kissed the top of his head. Now go set the table. Aizawa-san should be here any moment. Izuku gathered what he needed, pausing at the kitchen door. Thanks, Mom. Still smiling, Inko turned back to the stove. Yes, she had to get to know the man who had inspired such confidence in her son. Inko hadn't seen Izuku so happy in a long time, and she would never be able to repay Aizawa for being the reason. Asahi tapped the communicator wrapped over his ear, turning it on. Rave, did you find something? His brother's voice came through muffled by static. Asahi had been trying to follow Aizawa for weeks with no results. Knowing that he worked at Yui had helped, but their security system was too good for Rave to crack, and Aizawa's paranoia about being followed made it difficult for him to be, well, followed. It's not paranoia if it's true and all that. The hero had finally made a mistake though, and Asahi had tracked him down to a set of ordinary-looking apartments. Aizawa paused outside the doors, waiting for a minute before a middle school-aged boy with green hair appeared to let him in. A kid. Aizawa was meeting a kid? Rave, I think I've got it, Eraserhead's weakness. You aren't going to believe this. Across town, Rave smirked as his brother relayed the news. With Eraserhead's weak point found, it was finally time to move forward with their plan. Midoriya was late. If this had been his students at Yui, Aizawa wouldn't have been concerned. They were rarely on time, rarely prepared. He thought giving them Midoriya's notes would help. Show them that they didn't know everything. If someone who had never met them, who had never even seen their quirks in actions, was able to pick apart their strengths and weaknesses, they would realize what could happen against a real villain. What would they do if a villain analyzed their quirks the way that his consultant had? It hadn't changed anything with the class though, just served as a reminder of how special Midoriya really was. Midoriya had never been late before. Every other session the middle schooler had arrived at least 10 minutes early, a mixture of excitement and nerves. Midoriya was always ready to learn, and he focused on everything Aizawa had to say with an attentiveness that the pro-hero wished he was used to, not only taking in the information but immediately trying to apply it. He had grown so much in the few weeks they had been meeting, and Aizawa continued to find himself surprised by the boy who had shown up at his apartment out of nowhere ready to prove himself. Today though, the minutes had ticked by and Midoriya never showed. Aizawa had no real reason to be worried. Midoriya was still a student, after all. It was possible he had just been delayed after class by a teacher or another student, but he couldn't shake the feeling, and with every minute that passed without Midoriya's sudden appearance his dread grew. He had just started reaching for his phone when it rang, the low beep he had set for Midoriya Inko echoing in the empty warehouse. Inko spoke the moment he picked up. "Izuku," she said hurriedly, her voice watery. A hand tightened around Aizawa's heart. "Izuku's been kidnapped." Aizawa's students liked to joke that their teacher had no emotions, but the look of fury that twisted his expression at Inko's words would have had them cowering. "You know for a fact he was kidnapped?" he asked, his tone a calmness he didn't feel. They left a note and dash. Aizawa gripped the phone tighter as Inko's voice broke. "Aizawa-san, it's addressed to you. 1 hour earlier." Izuku should have known that nothing good would come from Kaken's attention. There was always a tension between the two ex-friends. Too much had happened for them to not be constantly aware of the other's presence. Izuku knew Kaken would deny it, but there had been a time before quirks and pride had gotten in the way, that they had been inseparable. Izuku understood Bakugo Katsuki in a way that no one else did, and although the status of their friendship might have changed, that fact remained the same. Of course that meant Kaken knew Izuku just as well. A lot of their classmates tended to write Kaken off as an idiot. He was loud, a bully. He always seemed to act first and think about the consequences later. They heard the angry words he said and assumed that was all there was to him. It didn't matter that Kaken consistently ranked number 1 in their class. Izuku knew better though, and so he should have known that if anyone was going to notice that something was going on with him, it would be Kaken. He was too observant to miss Izuku's change in attitude and the fact that he tended to disappear immediately after school now. When Kaken first confronted him about it, Izuku panicked. He stuttered, the words making no sense even to him, before blurting out Eraserhead's name and running. He had kicked himself as soon as he got back to his apartment for telling Kaken the hero's name, but there wasn't anything he could do about it then. All Izuku could do was hope that Kaken would drop it, all the while knowing that wasn't going to happen. Then Kaken attempted to follow him to one of his meetings with Aizawa. Izuku had never been more grateful of the roundabout routes the pro-hero had given him to the warehouse. It had been easy to give his classmate the slip. Far easier, he noted, than it would have been before his lessons with Aizawa started. That didn't solve the original problem though. Kaken knew something was going on with Izuku, and he wasn't going to stop until he got an answer he was satisfied with. If there was one thing the two boys still had in common, it was that they were stubborn to a fault. So yeah, Izuku should have known that things would escalate quickly when Kaken didn't get the answers he wanted. He wasn't a patient person in general, and even less so when it came to Izuku himself. The next confrontation came quickly and painfully, and Izuku found himself still on the school grounds long after he would have normally left, trying to clean the blood off his face. There would be no hiding the spreading bruises from Aizawa, but at least he wouldn't get as many stares on his walk to the warehouse. School had been out long enough that once Izuku got off the main road the streets were empty. Already running late. He paid no attention to the person walking towards him until he stopped right in Izuku's path, almost knocking him off balance. "I'm so sorry," Izuku said, riding the bag on his shoulder. "I should have been paying more attention to where I was going. Are you okay?" The man was dressed casually, his hands tucked in his pockets. Izuku felt sure he had seen the man before somewhere, the orange shade of his short-cropped hair hard to forget, but he couldn't place where. "I'm fine, Midoriya Izuku, but I'm afraid I'm going to need you to come with me." Izuku took an immediate step back, glancing over the man again warily. His Eskrima rods were tucked into his backpack. Aizawa had wanted Izuku to get used to the feel of the real ones, but there was no way he could reach them in time. Not when he had no idea who this man was or what quirk he had. The man smiled crookedly. "You really don't have a choice here, I'm sorry, but if you come without a fight I can promise you won't get hurt." This couldn't be happening. He already knew his name, must have known where he went to school, but why would someone do so much research into him? He was just a normal middle schooler as far as anyone knew. He hadn't told anyone about his lessons with Aizawa, and as far as he could tell Aizawa hadn't told anyone either. This man, whoever he was, had to know though. Maybe not the exact circumstances, but he had to know there was a connection between Izuku and the pro-hero. There was no other reason anyone would want to kidnap Izuku. "If you think I'm just going to go with you, then you're an idiot," Izuku said, backing away slowly. He had gotten a lot faster since he started training with Aizawa. If he could just double back, make it to the school grounds, that it all depended on whether or not this man was working alone or not. One person Izuku might be able to outrun, but two? The man sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I told Rave this was a bad idea. Going after a pro-hero is dangerous enough without dragging his kid into it too." Izuku didn't have time to worry about the man's mumbling, but he tucked the name Rave away in the back of his mind in case it became important. "Now don't try to run, kid. I don't want to have to use my quirk on you. It's not a pleasant experience from what I hear." This was the kind of situation he and Aizawa had talked about. He knew nothing about this man's quirk, and that didn't leave him a lot of options. If he ran, then he might leave himself vulnerable. The man wanted to capture him, so turning his back on him might just be the opportunity he needed. The only other option was to fight though, and could Izuku really handle that yet? Less than a month of training and he was already being confronted by a villain with a grudge against a pro-hero. He needed to stall. That was the best option. Stall long enough to figure out what to do next. "Why are you after me?" "Honestly, this wasn't my idea. I wouldn't even be involved in this part if my quirk wasn't so ideal. I have nothing against you personally, kid, but Eraserhead? I've got a lot of issues with him. My brother seems to think that the best way to get to him is through you. So here we are." "Your brother?" Footsteps sounded behind Izuku, and the man tensed, cursing. "I should have just grabbed you and left." Izuku grinned. Probably should have. Someone was definitely coming, and as long as Izuku wasn't the center of the man's focus he would probably be able to get them both away. As long as... "What the F is going on here?" Kaken asked, finally rounding the corner. Izuku stared. "Kaken. Stuff. We need to dash. Was what I just heard right?" Bakugu demanded, turning towards the man. "Did you just say you were going to kidnap him?" His hands crackled as small explosions went off. The man eyed the fire with a wide-eyed panic. Izuku tried to pull Bakugu away, but the other boy just shook him off, glaring. "What the F have you gotten yourself into, Deku, that someone's trying to kidnap you? Is now really the time, Kaken?" Izuku snapped, We need to dash. The words stopped as a sickly sweet smell filled the air around him. I'm sorry boys, but this has gotten out of my control, Asahi said, rolling his sleeves up. Izuku could just barely focus on the gas that seemed to be coming from his skin before his vision blurred. Kaken seemed just as affected, wavering on his feet. What the hell? The words were barely out before he and Izuku both crumpled to the curb. Asahi sighed again, pulling out his phone. I've got him, Rafe. Another boy showed up. They seemed to know each other, so I had to use my quirk. We've got plenty of time before they wake up. As soon as Aizawa had assured Inko that he would be over to their apartment as soon as he could, he hung up and immediately made another call. Aizawa wanted to throw something with each unanswered ring, but losing his temper wouldn't solve anything now. He needed to see that note and find whoever had taken Midoriya. Everything else would have to wait. They finally picked up on the last ring. Aizawa cut in before they could even say hello. Emergency. Meet me at this address. He carefully listed out the Midoriya's apartment before hanging up without bothering to wait for a response. He would come, Aizawa knew, and now all he needed to do was get there as fast as possible. Whoever had taken Midoriya was going to realize just what a mistake they had made, of that Aizawa was sure. Inko answered the door before Aizawa even knocked. Please, Aizawa-san. Please find Izuku. She had been crying, but her voice was steady when she spoke. Aizawa had never been more grateful of his ability to keep his face expressionless than in that moment. We'll find him, Inko-san. There was no other option. She led him into the living room. This man says he's with you? Hizashi was already seated at the sofa, a glass of water in hand. Leave it to Inko to still worry about the comfort of a guest when her son had been kidnapped. It was easy to see, in that simple gesture, where Izuku got his strength from. He's with me. Yo, Shoyuda. What's going on? Hizashi asked, glancing between Aizawa and Inko. Hizashi had never heard Aizawa mention the Midoriyas, but he wouldn't have called him if it wasn't serious. The tension in his friend's face, only obvious to Hizashi because of how long the two had known each other, made his blood run cold. Aizawa's expression hadn't been that grave in a long time. Midoriya-san said it would be better for you to explain. For the last month I've taken on training a second-year middle schooler, Midoriya Izuku, Aizawa said. He's got a lot of potential in terms of his observational skills, but he doesn't have a quirk. You've been training a student outside of Yui? Hizashi said, stunned. And he's quirkless? What did he do get your attention? With how well-known Aizawa's high standards were, this kid had to have done something really impressive to garner that kind of reaction out of him. He showed up at my apartment. Hizashi let out a low whistle. Aizawa moved on quickly. Hizashi would have to be filled in on everything later. Aizawa didn't have time for that now. He would have preferred to keep him from knowing about Midoriya until after his student had taken the entrance exam, but he couldn't risk Midoriya's safety when he didn't know what he would be walking into. Backup was a necessity, and there wasn't anyone Aizawa trusted with this more than Hizashi. You said on the phone they left a note? Inko nodded, holding out the crumpled paper in her hands. Someone slid it under the door while I was out. All it has is your name and an address. Who else knew that you were training with Midoriya? Hizashi asked, leaning over to see the writing over Aizawa's shoulder. I didn't tell anyone. Izuku didn't either. Hizashi hummed. They must have been watching you. Saw the two of you together somehow. Whoever took him, it's clear they want a fight. That's fine then, Aizawa said, turning to reassure Inko. If it's just about getting to me, they have no reason to hurt him. But, Aizawa-san, will you be all right? Aizawa was often thrown off by the way the younger Midoriya cared for him, but the worry in Inko's voice this time for his sake still caught him by surprise. Hizashi threw an arm over Aizawa's shoulder. Don't worry, Midoriya-san. I'll be there to make sure they both get back okay. Tears welled up in Inko's eyes again. Aizawa looked away. Thank you. Thank you both. Of course, Midoriya-san. After all, Hizashi wanted to meet the boy who had inspired such a reaction from Aizawa himself. When Midoriya woke, the first thing he realized was that his hands were tied behind his back. His head throbbed, and he struggled to focus through the fog. Kaken, already awake, struggled beside him. The hell, Deku. He growled. They were situated close enough together that Izuku could feel the heat from the small explosions Kaken set off as he spoke, but whatever their binds were made of must have been fireproof. His quirk seemed to have zero effect. I'll say it again. What kind of sheet are you involved in that someone would want to kidnap you? Izuku ignored him, trying to take in their surroundings. They were in a warehouse much like the one he and Aizawa trained in, but he could tell from the size and the color of the wood that it wasn't along the same area of buildings. Boxes lined the walls, filling the open space like a maze and making it impossible for him to see more than a few feet in any direction. Plenty of places they could hide until they found a way out. It seemed like the people who grabbed them had also neglected to go through their things. His bags sat not far from where they were tied. All they had to do was get free before the man and whoever that person he had mentioned, Rave, returned. Oi don't effing ignore me. Getting free might not make a difference though if they were caught before they got out, hiding place or not. That man's quirk. Izuku had seen quirks like that before on the news, the most famous being the pro-hero Midnight. It had been so fast-acting, the moment he realized the gas was there he was already falling asleep. There had to be limitations on what he could do with it, but prolonged exposure wasn't an option. Maybe the gas was less effective after each use. Maybe he couldn't control it in a large area like the warehouse. The unknowns weren't things Izuku could plan around, and they could make the difference between whether they escaped or not. At least Aizawa would know he was missing. The moment Izuku didn't show for their sessions, the hero would have to know that something had gone wrong. With no way to tell how much time had passed since he and Kachen were taken, Aizawa could already be well on his way to finding them. The blast of a much larger explosion ripped Izuku from his thoughts. Kaken, you're going to bring them back? He wondered for a second if Kaken had thought about where that explosion would hit him or not, but dismissed it. I want answers, Dek. What the F is going on? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but an unfamiliar voice spoke instead. Asahi wasn't supposed to take you too. A different man than before said, coming into view. Though taller than the man from before, Asahi, they were clearly related. The bright shade of his air vibrant even in the dim light. He should have just used his quirk and gotten it over with. Who the hell are you? Kaken demanded, pulling harder to get his hands free. Doesn't matter. What's important at what I want? Erase her head. Dead. He stepped forward, crouching down in front of Izuku. He killed someone very important to me, Midoriya Izuku. I hate dragging kids into this mess as much as Asahi, but unlike him I've accepted that it's necessary. Your dad has to pay for what he did, and if taking you is the only way to see that he does, then so be it. Izuku had a retort ready, but the words died as what Rave said registered. I'm sorry. My what? I'm sorry. My what? Rave, because Izuku had to assume that this was the partner the man who abducted them had mentioned, rolled his eyes. Don't try that with me. I had Asahi followed Aizawa as best he could. That hero is good at keeping to himself, I'll give him that, but he messed up. Made a mistake when he went to visit you. I did my research. Midoriya Izuku. Second-year middle schooler. Quirkless. Father mysteriously out of the picture. You couldn't have done a lot of it. My father is Midoriya Hisashi. Izuku couldn't believe he was having to argue this. He works overseas. I'm sure that story works nicely with everyone else, but I'm afraid I'm not buying it. Eraserhead's ability is nullifying quirks. It isn't really that hard to believe that he might have a quirkless child as a result. The genetics of quirk heritability are still being studied, after all. What the F are you on? Bakugu snapped. Aizawa-sensei isn't even old enough to be my dad. He's what? 28. Izuku said, exasperated. And this was the person who had kidnapped them. He couldn't even do something as simple as basic research, and yet he had been able to knock out both Izuku and Kaken because of a well-used quirk. Had that just been luck, or was Rave smarter than he appeared? Izuku had to wonder how well thought out the villain's plan was if he had messed up a detail so important. Rave hummed but didn't look convinced. You still haven't told us why you abducted us yet, a-hole. Kaken fumed, tired of being ignored. Rave turned to him with an air of indifference. Kaken's expression twisted further. Like I said before, he was never supposed to take you. I only needed to one hostage after all, so don't worry. You'll be free to go after Eraserhead is dead. He looked back at Izuku. As for why to all of this in general, he said, gesturing to the warehouse around them. Eraserhead killed someone important to me. I'm here to make amends. Eraserhead is a hero. He was supposed to be, yes. Rave turned away from both of them now, walking back down the path he had come from. And he should hear soon. I was kind enough to leave him an address, so if you'll excuse me, I need to make sure everything's in order. Just sit tight and it'll be over with before you know it. It was after the echo of Rave's footsteps had faded that Izuku finally turned to Kaken. Did he seriously just tell us to sit tight? What? Deku. For a moment Izuku was glad their hands were bound because the explosions Kaken set off weren't able to hit him directly. The heat still burned, and Izuku moved carefully away from him as Kaken tried to once again to get free. Why does the dumbass who kidnapped us think that some pro-hero is you dad? I've met your dad, and he's about as far away from a pro as you can be. Izuku sighed. There was no way he would be getting out of this explanation, but on the bright side at least it meant Kaken wouldn't be stalking him after school anymore. He would deal with whatever other consequences came from his revelation later. Aizawa Shoyuda, Eraserhead, has been training me. Silence. And then, training you. Training you for effing what? Izuku could barely understand the words through the grinding of Kaken's teeth. He teaches at Yui. Izuku said, bracing himself for the inevitable reaction. He's teaching me to fight without a quirk so I can pass the entrance exam. Izuku refused to let Kaken make him feel bad about his decision. Yui had been his dream long before he knew he would never have a quirk, and nothing Kaken said would change the fact that Aizawa believed that he could do it enough that he had taken him on as his student. That didn't stop him from flinching when Bakugo made to lunge in his direction only to be stopped by the fact that his hands were still bound awkwardly behind his back. How long? Almost a month. Bakugo huffed. I knew something was going on. What did you do to get him to agree to that? Doesn't he know you're quirkless, Deku? He knows. And why he decided to train me isn't any of your business. I'm only telling you about it at all, because it's my training that got us wrapped into this. Izuku stopped. Why were you on that street, Kaken? You know why I was late, but you should have been long gone by then. Were you trying to follow me again? What? Don't be a dumbass, Deku. What do you mean it isn't any of my business? We don't have time for this. We need to figure out how to get untied before Aizawa-sensei gets here. That quirk that knocked us out is dangerous enough, and we still don't know what exactly Rave has planned or what his quirk is. Izuku was prepared for Kaken to argue, but instead his expression shifted, focusing on the way Rave had disappeared. Let me out of here. I don't need some dumb pro-hero to save me. I'll kick his butt myself. Any hero who would agree to train a quirkless idiot like you can't be that great. Kaken continued to rant, pulling at the binds but having no success. Bakugo Katsuki would be a great hero one day. Izuku didn't doubt that. But even after his short time with Aizawa, watching the hero, learning more about how pro-heroes actually operated, Izuku knew that there was so much more to being a pro than people thought. Kaken was used to being the best, to being the only one in his group of followers with the ability to lead. He didn't know how to work with others. He didn't know what it was like to have to rely on someone else, and as a result he tended to run into situations guns blazing. Not to say he wasn't smart or didn't strategize, he wasn't top of their class for nothing. But when Kaken believed something he committed fully, and right that moment Kaken seemed to believe their captors were incompetent. The second he heard Rave claim Izuku's father was Eraserhead, he had dismissed them. His face had made that obvious. No, as much as he would need Kaken's help to get out of the warehouse, it would be up to Izuku to get them free from their binds. Kaken's explosions had no effect, and he wasn't calm enough to think of another way. His eyes landed on his book bag. Maybe these villains were a little bit incompetent after all. Izuku wouldn't underestimate them, but that didn't mean he wouldn't take advantage of their screw-ups. The bags sat not too far away, and while their hands were bound they were actually tied to any grounded fixture. If Izuku moved carefully enough, His shoulders ached as he pushed against the ties, flattening his palms against the ground. Levering his weight, Izuku inched forward. He knew it had to look ridiculous, dragging himself across the short distance with his feet, but in seconds the bag was within reach. The only problem was how to get what he needed. Finding the zipper when he couldn't see what he was doing was harder than he had expected, but he managed, pressing the bag against the wall as he pulled. Easy part over with. Because Izuku kept a lot of stuff in his bag. There were the books and notes he needed for school, the current notebook he had been filling with quirk notes, volume 12, his Eskrima rods, snacks, his phone, loose pens and pencils, headphones. Izuku cursed, promising himself he would clean everything out when they got out of this mess. Finally, after several minutes of digging and ignoring Kaken's complaints and the distant smell of smoke, Izuku found what he had been looking for. The small collapsible pocket knife, well under the 6-centimeter limit, had been added to his bag as a precaution. A much-needed one, it seemed. It was possible it wouldn't work. Whatever their hands were bound in had withstood the force of Kaken's explosions, but it was the only option they had, short of trying to find their way out with their hands behind their backs. Izuku positioned the knife carefully, rolling it over with the tips of his fingers. Simply unzipping his bag had been difficult with his hands as they were, but this? Positioned the knife wrong, and Izuku could end up cutting himself and making the situation a whole lot worse than it already was. Shitty Deku, what the F are you doing now? Not now, Kaken, I'm trying to dash. There was a thunk as the blade extended. Rubbing at his wrist to get the circulation back, Izuku turned back to his bag, hesitating for a moment before zipping it shut. As much as he would have loved to put his new skill into practice, it wasn't the time. He hadn't been training with the rods long enough to know what to really do with them, and their 2 lessons had only used the wooden replicas. Better to stick with what he was best at. Let me cut you free, Kaken. I can get out on my own. I don't need your help. He grumbled. You kind of look like you do, Izuku answered, reaching down carefully in case there was another. Explosion accidental or on purpose? Shut up. You had a knife in your bag this whole time? Lucky for us, I did. And lucky it worked. Kaken didn't thank him, and Izuku didn't expect him to. When he started off in the direction Rave had gone, Izuku grabbed his arm, pulling him to a stop. Kaken turned, glaring at him as he jerked away from Izuku's grasp. What the hell, Deku? We can't just go running off. We don't know what they have planned or where they are. We need to be careful and think this through. Grudgingly accepting that Izuku was right, Kaken asked. He said that Aizawa guy was on his way. Do you have any ideas of how he would handle something like this? Izuku grinned. I have a few. Even with Hisashi's car, the drive to the address Aizawa had been left was half an hour. Half an hour of sitting and trying not to think about what these villains, whoever they were, had been doing to Midoriya in all the time they had him. Part of being a pro hero is the ability to separate yourself from the tragedies that occur in the line of work. To look at the events unfolding around you, think critically about the solutions, and enact a plan with almost clinical efficiency when needed. Major villains didn't surface every day, but they happened enough, and the better you were at what you did, the more often you were called in for those kinds of situations. Aizawa had been called in on many hostage situations before, times when his quirk nullifying abilities quickly ended a standoff that could have easily turned deadly. In each and every one of those calls, he had appreciated his ability to emotionally compartmentalize. His quirk, and the fighting that he sometimes had to do when it didn't work, required concentration and focus. He wasn't good to anyone if he couldn't maintain the calm needed for his ability to be the most effective. Get too nervous or distracted, lose sight of the villain, and it was all over. Aizawa had never had difficulty maintaining that distance from a mission before, but for the first time his patience began to fray as the drive continued on. Midoriya had been taken, and Aizawa didn't know what he would do if the boy got hurt because of him. Yes, he was training him to be accepted into Yui, training him to be a hero, but Midoriya hadn't been accepted yet. He was just a 13-year-old kid who wanted to learn, to help people, and while Aizawa knew that one day Midoriya would have to learn about the true danger that came along with being a hero, Aizawa thought that he would have had time to prepare him. He had told Inko that he didn't make a habit of sending kids into situations they weren't capable of handling, and some villain with a vendetta had turned him into a liar. Aizawa would never forgive himself if Midoriya wasn't okay. "We'll get him back, Shoyuda," Hizashi said, not looking away from the road. There was a reason Aizawa had decided to call his friend. Aside from not knowing exactly what these villains had in store for him, Aizawa couldn't trust himself to make the most rational decisions at the moment. If he did lose focus, he needed someone there he could count on, and there was no one else Aizawa would trust Midoriya's safety to besides Hizashi. "Drive faster, please." Of course. Hizashi, for his part, had never seen his friend this out of sorts. Aizawa had gained a reputation for being a tough teacher for a reason. He expected a lot of his students, and as a result there were very few he connected with on a personal level. He didn't hold the record for most expulsions for no reason, after all. But something about this kid, this Midoriya Izuku, had resonated with him. The more he watched Aizawa, the more he wanted to meet this kid. When they finally reached the address that had been left at the Midoriyas, they found a large warehouse, not unlike the one that Aizawa and Midoriya trained in. It had clearly not been taken care of though. The paneling, bleached and peeling, looked ready to cave in. Hizashi parked a short distance down the road. "This is where they've taken him?" Hizashi asked, adjusting his collar. "Plenty of space for them to set up a trap," Aizawa said. "It's your call, Shoyuda. What do you want to do?" "They know we're coming. There's no point in trying to sneak in." These warehouses all had the same basic layout, but there was no way of telling what had been done to the inside from where they stood. The only way to know was to go in. "Lead the way, Shoyuda." Hizashi placed a hand on his shoulder. Aizawa would have to remember that he owed his friend as many marathons of that stupid series as he wanted after this. The room they entered was dark, the dust-covered windows blocking out what little light was left from the setting sun. Boxes lined the walls, but the majority of the expansive room sat empty. Aizawa could see a door at the other end of the room, but he and Hizashi made no move towards it. Around the ceiling of the room, mostly hidden by shadows, ran a metal walkway. The thud of footsteps echoed, and Hizashi and Aizawa turned back to back as they tried to find where the sound came from. "Ouch!" Aizawa felt Hizashi flinch behind him and looked without turning around completely in time to see him pull a small dart from his neck. "What the hell?" "Present mic." A voice crackled through an intercom system, reverberating through the room. "Welcome, Eraserhead." Aizawa had hoped that he would recognize the voice, that it would give them a clue as to who and what they were dealing with, but not such luck. "I hadn't expected you to bring Present Mike along, but this might work out for the better. A little demonstration of my quirk before things really get started." "What have you done to me?" Hizashi asked. "And what have you done with Midoriya Izuku?" "Eraserhead's little protege is fine, although unavailable at the moment. I needed him ready for the main event. As for you, that was just a little bit of my blood. Necessary for activating my quirk, I'm afraid. A downside I've learned to deal with." Aizawa scanned the railings, trying to find where their attacker stood, but it was too dark to see more than a little of the metal. He and Hizashi exchanged a look as Hizashi dropped the dart to the floor. "I had planned on using young Midoriya as my example, but this works out just as nicely. Gives you an understanding of what's to come." The voice laughed. "You see, all it takes is a drop of my blood and—" He stopped. "Present Mike, are you Dash?" Hizashi turned, and Aizawa, stunned, could do nothing as he yelled, knocking Aizawa off his feet. He skidded across the floor, the rough concrete tearing at his skin. "It's unfortunate that my quirk can only be activated if someone's been infected with by blood, but the benefits more than make up for it." Aizawa pushed himself up, wiping the back of his hand across his mouth. He didn't need to look to know that he was bleeding. Hizashi stood rigid across from him, the dead look in his eyes so unlike his friend's usual exuberance. "Hizashi," Aizawa said, even though he knew it wouldn't work. Whatever had happened, Hizashi wasn't in control now. Aizawa felt his hair rise as he activated his quirk. Hizashi would forgive him for restraining him. He wouldn't want to be used as a weapon for some villain. But once again he felt stunned, unable to do anything as another yell ripped through the air. Aizawa barely had time to react before he slammed into the wall, boxes crashing around him. His quirk hadn't worked? He struggled to think through the pounding in his head. He and Hizashi didn't train together often, but his quirk had always affected the hero before, simply enhancement quirk that it was. Giving someone my blood gives me full control of their body, including their quirk. Hizashi's mouth twisted at the words as the words come through the muffled static of the loudspeaker. I'm afraid that also means that your quirk will have no effect on poor present Mike while I am in control of him. You want Midoriya Izuku back? Fight present Mike. Because the only way to me is through him. Bakugo grumbled as he followed after Deku. Stupid, useless Deku. Deku who, Bakugo had to grudgingly admit, seemed to know more about their situation than he did. Because that's secret that he had been trying to figure out? The mystery behind Deku's sudden change in attitude? The idiot had been training with a pro hero for a month, and while granted, it wasn't a pro Bakugo had heard a lot about before, it still make him furious. What could someone like Deku, someone who didn't even have a FING quirk, possibly have done to get personal training from a pro hero who worked at Yui? And Deku's ridiculous, I don't owe you an explanation, response. He had gotten kidnapped because of that sheet, and Deku didn't think he deserved an explanation. He was going to find out how this had happened when they finally got out, and if Deku wasn't going to be the one to tell him, then he would just have to ask the pro himself. They owed him at least that for getting him caught up in some revenge scheme. And surely, once he met Bakugo, this pro would realize what it would be like to mentor someone who actually had a shot at getting admitted to Yui. Deku had always spent his time writing up his notes on quirks and strategy, but that could never make up for not having a quirk no matter how hard he trained. Bakugo was the one with the quirk perfect for being a pro. Whatever potential that hero had seen in Deku, he had to recognize that Bakugo could be so much more. Until they escaped though, Bakugo would at least listen to what Deku had to say. He knew what the pro might be planning, and Bakugo couldn't ignore information that important even if it had to come from Deku. And just listening to what he had to say didn't mean that he had to do a thing the dumbass said if he didn't think it was the right decision himself. It didn't matter what kind of training Deku had gone through in the last month. The only person Bakugo trusted to get him out of this mess was himself, and that wasn't going to change. We should be okay here while we figure out a plan, Deku said, slipping into a narrow space between two stacks of boxes. It had grown dark outside while they were asleep, the shadows enough to keep them hidden long enough to make a decision. We should still be close enough to hear if anyone comes back for us. Bakugo stepped in after him, huffing as he sat down, but managed to exercise enough self-control not to set off another explosion despite how much he wanted to. The warehouse seemed to trap the heat, and the added stress of being kidnapped didn't help matters. Resisting the urge to wipe his hands off on his pants, the last thing he needed was to accidentally set his clothes on fire the next time he needed to use his quirk, and turned to Deku. Eraserhead. You have his number? Deku stared at him, his eyes wide. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. No arguments from me, Bakugo said, watching as Deku dug around in his bag again. Why the F? Do you have metal rods in your bag? Not important right now. Deku answered, not looking at him as he quickly scrolled through his phone and held it to his ear. Please pick up, Aizawa-sensei. The hell it is dash, Bakugo started, grinding his teeth. Kaken. Deku said firmly. I promise I will explain everything when we get out of here. Aizawa-sensei didn't pick up, but if Rave was right he might be here soon. They took me for a reason, and they're bound to notice us missing. We can't just stay here until Aizawa-sensei gets here. Aizawa didn't know that Kaken had been taken as well, and Izuku had to wonder if Kaken's mother had noticed he was missing yet. He thought about sending his own mother a text to let her know that he was okay, but decided against it. It would probably worry her more to get one text and then no more. You know him, apparently. See, going to do. Bakugo knew that people tended to say that he had an anger problem, but he didn't think that they gave him as much credit as he deserved. Considering he felt angry 90% of the time, the fact that he didn't act on that anger more than he did should have been acknowledged for the accomplishment that it was. Take now, for instance. If he were to act on his anger, then Deku would have gotten an explosion to his face, but because Bakugo had such impressive control over his emotions, he settled for growling at him instead. Deku seemed to realize that Bakugo's patience was running short and spoke quickly. Aizawa-sensei is definitely not coming here alone. And you know that how? He shrugged. He doesn't know who took me, but according to Rave he knows where we're at. If they gave him an address, then he's going to know this whole thing is a trap. Whatever their reason for wanting revenge, they were willing someone who wasn't involved to go through with it. Aizawa-sensei's #1 rule is to never go into a situation you aren't prepared for if you can help it. Since he doesn't know what they have planned or even how many people were involved, there's no way he didn't call in backup. And his quirk? Basically, he can nullify other people's quirks. That's why he's called Eraserhead. It doesn't work on quirks that actually change someone's physical appearance though, which is another reason he would have brought someone else with him. Aizawa-sensei usually works by taking out his opponent before they know he's there. That's not really going to work when they know he's coming. Nullifying quirks. No wonder Bakugo hadn't heard much about him then, especially if he worked the way Deku said. Bakugo's favorite heroes tended to be flashier than that. Heroes who had a huge presence and were seen in public a lot. Like All Might. Heroes directly involved in the action. How had Deku become involved with someone like that? Any idea who he might bring? At that, Deku seemed to hesitate. I can't be sure about that. I don't know who he's told about our lessons, or who would have been available, but if I had to pick anyone it would probably be Present Mike. Present Mike, Bakugo had definitely heard of. With a quirk like his, it would have been hard not to. Were they friends or something? He was about to ask when a shadow appeared, blocking out what little light had filtered through the windows. Excellent deduction, kid. The man who kidnapped them said, standing at Deku's end of the row. Kudos on getting free. Rave's not going to be happy about that one. Aizawa might not have been able to erase Hizashi's quirk, but he still expected their fight to be resolved quickly. The villain might be in control of Hizashi and his quirk, but Hizashi had years of training to maximize his ability that the villain wouldn't be able to replicate. They had trained together enough that it should have been easy for Aizawa to pick apart his weaknesses. And it would have been had Aizawa's head not collided with the wall with a resounding crack. He had had enough concussions over the years to know what one felt like, the ringing in his ears drowning out anything the villain was still saying. Dazed, Aizawa braced himself against the wall, pushing himself to his feet. The world tilted as his stomach immediately rebelled against that decision, and he cursed as he tried to regain his balance. He would have to see Recovery Girl as soon as he got Midoriya and Hizashi free, but he couldn't afford to worry about that now. Hizashi took a deep breath, preparing to yell again, and Aizawa just barely managed to trip out of the way of the oncoming blast. Each movement felt like forcing his way through gelatin. He needed to end things and fast, but he could barely keep up with Hizashi as disoriented as he was, let alone get the opportunity to use his scarves. As the ringing in his ears died down, Aizawa could hear the villain speaking through the loud system again. If this is the best that you can do, it's not surprising that people have died on your watch. How did you ever become a pro hero? Aizawa would have liked to see the villain try to fight under the same conditions, but he kept his comments to himself. If he could just keep the villain distracted? Is that what this is about? The reason you took Midoriya? Because I can guarantee I haven't killed anyone. Hizashi froze in the center of the room, his expression twisted in a frown Aizawa had never seen on his friend's face before. Aizawa staggered towards him again as he tried to stand up straight, a quick flick of his wrist loosening his scarves. Unless the villain had studied the way they looked, they wouldn't notice the subtle difference in the way they laid around his shoulders. You may not have done it yourself, but the blood from her death is still on your hands. You were the one called in, and it was your quirk failing that got her killed. And just like that, Aizawa knew what incident the villain was talking about, and his blood ran cold. This was the lesson he had been trying to get his overconfident students to learn, the thing that made him believe that none of his current first years would ever make it as a pro. They saw the glory and the fame, but couldn't understand that there were actual consequences for their actions. That real lives could be at stake every time they responded to a call, and all it took was a moment for a situation to spiral out of control. Ito Atsuko. You're doing this because of Ito Atsuko. It wasn't uncommon for Aizawa to get called in on hostage situations. His quirk was ideal for resolving things without conflict, but that didn't mean that everything always went as planned. But You remember her? Does the guilt from knowing you caused her death keep you up at night, Eraserhead? I hope it does. It's the least you deserve for what you did. Aizawa's grip on his scarves tightened. What happened that day wasn't anyone's fault except for the villain who killed her. Pro heroes can't control everything that happens. Villains are unpredictable. There was no way for us to know that would happen. I'm sorry about Ito-san's death, but the person responsible for that has already been caught. If you had gotten there sooner, that never would have happened. The voice crackled through the speakers. Hizashi swayed where he stood, the movement making Aizawa's already dizzy head spin. He stumbled again, the floor feeling like it was shifting under him as he inched closer. I came as soon as I got the call, Aizawa said, his words forced out between heavy breaths. I'm sorry about Ito-san's death, but there was nothing we could do. There was no way for us to know his quirk had already compromised the system. Not good enough. The second Hizashi moved, his chest lifting as he prepared to take a breath, Aizawa reacted, his scarves quickly closing the distance between them. The villain, unable to take advantage of Hizashi's usual reaction time, did nothing, and in seconds Hizashi was bound, the bands criss-crossing over his mouth. Aizawa almost lost his balance again as he rushed forward to catch Hizashi before he hit the ground. Footsteps echoed on the overhead ramp again, the villain running now that his distraction had been cut short. Hizashi still seemed out of it, but overall he seemed to be unharmed, and Aizawa moved him carefully to the side of the room, leaning him up against the wall. He wasn't sure whether Hizashi would remember anything that happened when he woke, but at least the fact that he was wrapped in Aizawa's scarves would keep him from panicking. No one else could figure them out but him. With Hizashi secure, Aizawa headed towards the door at the other end of the room. The floor still felt as though it was shifting under his feet, the pain in his head increasing with every second, but he couldn't stop to catch his breath. Midoriya was waiting for him. I'm not going to hurt you, the man said, which Izuku thought was pretty ridiculous of him considering he was the one who had knocked them unconscious and kidnapped them only a few hours earlier. He said as much. That's fair, I suppose, he replied. My name is Asahi, by the way. And like I told you earlier, I didn't want you to be involved. Kids being in dangerous situations is what started this whole mess, and unlike my brother, I can see the hypocrisy in what we're doing. Do you mean that, or are you just saying that because your quirk won't work as well on us a second time? Kaken asked, and Izuku looked at him surprised. He had guessed that that was the case. A quirk like that had to have some kind of limit, but he hadn't expected Kaken to pick up on it as well. Kaken saw his surprised reaction, glaring at him as he snapped, I notice things. I mean it. I never should have told Rave about Aizawa meeting with you. It's not your fault. Rave blames your dad for Atsuko's death. Again, seriously? Kaken said. Then why go along with it? Izuku asked, speaking over him. He didn't drop the stance he had taken at the man's appearance, and he could feel Bakugo standing behind him, still just as tense. Because Rave has a reason to be angry, and if I didn't go along with his plan he would have done it anyway. At least this way, I have some way to minimize the damage done to people who aren't involved. And Eraserhead? Kaken asked. You have no problem with him trying to kill a FING pro hero? Are you stupid? Watch your FING language, kid. Asahi said, pointing at him over Izuku's head. And didn't I just say that Rave has a reason for being angry? He didn't just up and decide to target Eraserhead one day. Kaken gritted his teeth, and Izuku knew he was second away from firing off an explosion at Asahi whether Izuku was in the way or not. Are you going to tell us what the hell his problem is, or are you going to keep dancing around the subject? Because if not, you need to get out of our way. Asahi sighed. What do you think I'm doing? Now shut up and listen. Bakugo and Izuku exchanged a look. Did they want to know why they had been taken? But in the long run, did it really matter? It wouldn't change the fact that they had been kidnapped, and knowing the reason they were trying to kill Aizawa wouldn't stop them. We had gone to the mall together. Asahi started, looking away from them as he remembered. Me, Rave, and our younger sister, Atsuko. Izuku trusted Aizawa, and nothing Asahi could say would make him change his mind. We had just gone to get coffee, catch up dash. Asahi's words were cut off as Izuku darted forward, and in what seemed to Bakugo as one smooth movement his fist collided with the older man's throat as he was knocked off his feet. Bakugo stared. "What the actual F-Deku?" he asked. The hit had come so quickly Bakugo had barely realized what was happening before it was over. Asahi laid on the ground at his feet, his hands at his neck as he coughed, gasping as he tried to breath. Izuku turned to him then, the fierce expression on his face stopping him in his tracks. "We don't have time for this. We need to find Aizawa-sensei now." Bakugo was still looking at him wide-eyed, his mouth hanging open in shock. "Kaken," Izuku said. A crash, the grinding sound of metal on metal. "Midoriya." Izuku couldn't see him, but he would recognize that voice anywhere. Aizawa Shoyuda had arrived. Piles of boxes stood between Aizawa and Izuku, but just knowing that his teacher had arrived allowed the tension he had been feeling to lift. "We're over here," Izuku called, Aizawa finding them faster outweighing the risk of Rave knowing where they were hidden. Bakugo moved quickly as Izuku spoke, binding Asahi's hands behind his back with the gym shirt he had taken from Izuku's bag. It wouldn't last long, but they only needed time for Aizawa to make his way across the room. As soon as the villain was secure, the boys took off towards the sound of Aizawa's voice. Rave was still somewhere in the building, and if Aizawa had heard their response then Rave mostly likely would have as well. "Hurry up, Kaken," Izuku said. They rounded another corner, and Izuku hoped that they were taking the same path as Aizawa, but they couldn't afford to stand around with Rave still out there. "What was that, Deku?" came the reply, but Izuku didn't answer, stopping so abruptly that Bakugo slammed into him, sending Izuku sprawling across the hard concrete floor. Rave stood in front of them, blocking their only path forward. Aizawa was nowhere in sight. "Ah, Midoriya-kun. And the extra." His voice wavered slightly. "Who are you calling an extra a-hole?" Bakugo huffed, as he pulled Izuku roughly to his feet without looking at him. The villain looked different from the last time they had seen him. His skin peaked, his hair in disarray. Rave looked nothing like the confident man who had stood before them only an hour ago, boasting about the plans he had made for Aizawa. Izuku did nothing to stop the grin that spread at the sight. Aizawa had clearly gotten to him, somehow. Rave was beginning to understand the magnitude of the mistake he had made. "Eraserhead is here. You should give up now, before you make things worse." Izuku knew what he sounded like, repeating words that he had heard so many times in old superhero movies, but just behind Rave a shadow seemed to move. With Asahi, Izuku had needed him to shut up. Rave needed to keep talking. "Why would I give up?" Rave countered, the low light glinting across his face. "This was what I had planned all along. One pro-hero out of commission, the other severely injured. I admitted that I had only counted on one hostage, but all plans must have a flaw somewhere." One hero out of commission. What exactly did he mean by that? It couldn't be Aizawa, they had just heard his voice. So did that mean that Izuku had been right and that Present Mike had come along too? And severely injured? Maybe Rave was just exaggerating, trying to unsettle them, but Izuku felt his stomach drop at the words all the same. "Let him fight," Bakugo said, glancing at Izuku. So he had seen it too then. "We don't need some pro-hero to save us. Way he looks now, one explosion and I'd have this whole thing taken care of." "I don't know, Kaken," Izuku replied slyly. If Aizawa really had been injured, the only thing he could do to help was keep Rave distracted. "I think he could take maybe two. At the most. If they were small, of course." Rave opened his mouth to speak, sneering, but Izuku continued. "Aren't you concerned about your brother? He tried to stop us a few yards that way," Izuku said, pointing over his shoulder. "Tried to tell us your villain origin story. We didn't get to hear the whole thing, but whatever happened I'm pretty sure it doesn't justify kidnapping and attempted murder." "Oi, Deku." Bakugo's hands started to smoke as he. "You got to take out the last guy. This one is mine. Don't get ahead of yourselves, boys. I'm still the one in control here." Rave snapped, lifting a small tube to his mouth. Did that have something to do with his quirk? Izuku couldn't be sure, but he readied himself just in case. "I had planned on waiting for Eraserhead, but it will be so much more entertaining to use this now." He may have had no problems fighting against Present Mike in the end, but I don't think he'll have the same resolve fighting Dash. Scarves shot from the shadows, cutting Rave off as they circled over his mouth before criss-crossing their way down until he fell to the floor with a thud. "Aizawa-sensei," Izuku said, and rushed forward as his teacher stepped into the light. "Midoriya, are you okay?" Aizawa asked, glaring down at the bound villain with disdain. Instead of answering, Izuku threw himself at the pro-hero, wrapping him up in a tight hug. Aizawa stumbled as he looked down at Izuku in shock, his arms hanging awkwardly at his sides. What had happened while Midoriya had been captured for him to greet him like this? And more importantly, what was he supposed to do now? The longer Izuku hugged him, the more Aizawa felt like he needed to do something in response, and so he slowly lifted his arms to return the hug. Izuku's grip tightened, and then suddenly he was letting go, filling Aizawa in on what had happened while they were held hostage. "Are you okay? Rave said you had been hurt badly." Izuku fretted, looking over his teacher in concern, reminding Bakugo once again how similar Izuku and his mother really were. He watched them from a few feet away, his eyes narrowed at the scene. So this was the hero that had been training Deku? He didn't look like much, but from what little he had pieced together during this whole mess, that might have been the point. If Bakugo had passed him in the street out of uniform, he wouldn't have paid him a second glance. Aizawa Shoyuta looked scruffy and tired, dark bruises highlighting his eyes. He wavered on his feet as Deku spoke to him in a quiet but excited voice, glancing quickly at Bakugo as Deku talked as if he were making sure that he was also unharmed. Whatever Bakugo had been expecting from Deku's secret teacher, Aizawa wasn't it. "Midoriya," Aizawa said slowly. You and Bakugo need to head back to the room at the other end of this hall. Present Mike is there tied up in one of my scarves. You need to get him loose and let him deal with the villains. He should be well enough to help now." Izuku frowned. "What about you? If he doesn't remember what happened, tell him I hit my head. I'll explain later." "Aizawa-sensei?" Izuku asked, his voice cracking in his panic as the hero slumped over unconscious. "Kaken, help me. Can't handle something like this on your own?" Bakugo snapped, although he moved towards them, pulling one of Aizawa's arms over his shoulder. "I thought that was what all that secret training was about? You can punch villains in the throat, but not take care of someone who passed out? Fing useless as always." But his words lacked some of their usual bite. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Just come help me. Hopefully Present Mike will be okay like he said. We need to get Aizawa-sensei to a doctor." Present Mike had recovered from whatever Rave had done to him by the time they managed to shuffle to the other room, Aizawa propped up between them, although he hadn't been able to get free of Aizawa's scarf's hold. Izuku struggled with the bands, his hands shaking as he tried to get them untangled, sending Aizawa nervous looks whenever his hands would falter. He had been calm throughout the entire ordeal, through kidnappings and villain attacks, but the sight of his unconscious teacher had him more rattled than anything else. Aizawa had passed out, and Izuku might not know a lot about medical things, but he knew that that couldn't be good. Blood had dripped from the pro-hero's face onto Izuku's shoulder as he and Bakugo had carried him. It was only then that he had noticed the smear of red across Aizawa's face, the blood matting his hair. Head injuries were serious on a normal basis, but if Aizawa had actually fought like that, no wonder he had passed out, and the sooner they got him to a doctor the better. Which meant that Izuku needed to get Present Mike free. "Oh, let me do it, stupid Deku," Bakugo said, pushing him out of the way before grabbing a handful of the scarves overlapping bands where they were the thickest across Present Mike's chest. Hizashi's eyes widened, still unable to speak, as he waited to see what the middle schooler was going to do. "Kaken, I don't think Dash. Just let me handle this." Izuku didn't have time to protest further as the smell of smoke rose and the echo of an explosion filled the room. Wincing on instinct, he waited for Present Mike's reaction, but nothing came. Bakugo held the remains of the strands in his hands, and Present Mike, uninjured from the blast, pulled at the material covering his mouth. "Thanks for that, kid," he said, shooting him a thumbs up when fabric finally came free. "And you must be Midoriya Izuku. Nice to finally meet you. But what happened to Eraserhead?" Present Mike moved to stand uncertainly, the feeling slowly returning to his legs. Do you remember how you got tied up? Izuku asked. I remember us getting here. There was a villain somewhere in the upper railing? But then nothing after that. He had been trying to figure out why he had been bound in Aizawa's scarves since he woke up, but everything that happened once they entered the warehouse was blank. Aizawa-sensei said that if you didn't remember to tell you that he hit his head and that he would explain later. One of the villains is tied up a few yards away from here. The other is a little ways further back. What first aid I know isn't going to go make a difference here. We need to get him to recovery. Girl. Kneeling beside Aizawa, Present Mike turned to Izuku. You said both of the villains were tied up? Izuku nodded quickly, hovering over Aizawa. I called the police on the way here to explain the situation. They should be here any minute. You two stay here, watch over him. I'll go grab those villains and bring them in here. If the police aren't here by the time that's done, well, we don't have the time to hang around. I'll shoot them a quick message before we head out, let them know it's an emergency. And Midoriya-kun? He'll be okay. The police weren't there when Present Mike returned, but he didn't seem concerned about that as he helped Izuku carry Aizawa to his car. Happens all the time in more remote areas, he explained. I made sure that both of them were secure. They aren't going anywhere until the police get here, and Shoyuta and I can submit our reports later. There wasn't room for both of Izuku and Bakugo in the front, so Izuku volunteered to sit in the back, Aizawa leaning up against him. The bleeding had stopped finally, but Aizawa still hadn't woken yet, and the more time that passed the more nervous Izuku got. What if the injury is too severe? He had been bleeding a lot, but head injuries always bleed a lot. Should he have been unconscious this long? I don't know how long it's been since he passed out, but he probably has a concussion, and I think I read somewhere that you aren't supposed to let someone with a concussion sleep for a certain PRD after? Why didn't I think to read more medical books before now? Injuries happen all the time as a pro hero. I need to be able to handle the most basic things at least, although this isn't exactly a simple injury. Present Mike turned to Bakugo as Izuku continued to mumble. Does he do this all the time? He asked. Bakugo twisted in his seat to glance at Izuku. Every single FNG day. The corner of Present Mike's mouth twitched. Huh. The ride from the warehouse back to the main part of the city seemed much longer than Izuku had expected, although he didn't know whether to contribute that to the fact that he and Bakugo had been asleep for the first trip out or because of his concern for Aizawa he didn't know. Present Mike already drove faster than the speed limit, and yet Izuku wished he would go faster. That had to have been the worst revenge plan I have ever seen, Bakugo said, his voice dripping with annoyance. I didn't even get to do anything. You should be glad for that, you know. Present Mike responded. Even though it was resolved fairly quickly, Shoyuta has a serious head injury, and I can't remember anything that led to it. It could have been a lot worse than it was. I noticed that one of the villains was tied up in a t-shirt. How did you stop him? Deku punched him in the throat while the a-hole tried to tell us he was justified in kidnapping us. Didn't even let him finish talking, Bakugo grumbled. Should have just let me take care of it, the idiot. But handled it just fine. Izuku protested. Deku? He means me, Izuku said with a sigh. Even after all those years, the nickname still stung every time he heard it. Interesting choice for a hero name, but I guess it is a little ironic. Proving everyone wrong by becoming a hero anyway. Present Mike aloud. It's not really Dash. Where are we going to take him? Bakugo interrupted. Recovery Girl should still be on campus. She stays late in case anyone getting in after school training gets hurt. Taking him to Yui will probably be the fastest way to get him help. Izuku fidgeted in his seat. He had dreamed of one day setting foot on Yui's campus. Of walking through those gates and seeing the place that had been responsible for teaching so many of the country's most successful heroes. No one outside of students and staff were allowed on campus outside of the sports festival, and Izuku knew he would never be able to get one of those heavily sought-after tickets. He had long ago resolved himself with the knowledge that if was ever going to get a first-hand view of the famous school it would only be as a student, and yet here he was. He wished it could have been under any other circumstances but this. The image of the school appeared as they turned another corner, the two tallest building just visible over in the distance. A warmth spread in his chest at the sight. This was what he was training for. This was his dream, and Aizawa stirred, and Izuku's eyes dropped to his teacher, worried, but the pro-hero still didn't wake. They crossed onto campus through the back gates, Present Mike passing Bakugo his phone. Call recovery girl. Speed dial, tell her Eraserhead is hurt and to hurry. It was only now that they had reached the school, hearing the distress in Present Mike's voice, that Izuku realized just how much the hero had been holding it together for their sakes. For Izuku's sake. But now that they had arrived, helped just moments away, he couldn't stop his own worry from showing as he fumbled to get out of the car when they parked. Midoriya-kun, help me carry him towards that door. We aren't far from Recovery Girl's office. She should meet us on the way with a stretcher. Izuku did as he said without comment. How could he have been so insensitive? Here Izuku was worrying over Aizawa, and he had only really known him for a month. It was obvious to anyone who paid attention to Aizawa, and Izuku had done his research before he approached him, that Present Mike was the man's best friend. Of course he would be worried about him just as much, if not more so. Izuku would make it up to him when they knew that Aizawa would be okay. Just as Present Mike had said, Recovery Girl met them not long after they entered the building. She took one look at him, and then gestured for them to put him on the stretcher hurriedly. What happened? We don't know exactly, but he said he hit his head. That much is obvious. Recovery Girl replied. Are any other rest of you injured? No, Izuku said. Bakugo shook his head. I'm having a bit of a memory problem, but I think it's the side effect of a quirk. Take care of Shoyuta first. I'll be looking over all of you when I'm done with him, Recovery Girl huffed as they followed her into her office. This shouldn't take me long. Wait out here until I'm done. She started off towards her surgical room, but stopped at the looks on Present Mix and Izuku's faces. And you did good getting him here when you did. He'll be okay. Just give me time. And then she was gone, the door closing loudly behind her. Izuku, about to collapse into one of the waiting chairs, froze when he heard a voice he wasn't familiar with speak from across the room. That will give us a little time to talk then, it said, and Izuku turned. He had never seen the person sitting at what must have been Recovery Girl's desk in person before, but it would have been impossible not to recognize him. It's nice to finally meet you, Midoriya Izuku, said Principal Nedzu, his hands folded neatly in front of him. I've heard nothing about you. Do you drink tea, Midoriya-kun? Izuku jumped at the question, turning towards Present Mike as if he had the answers before stammering, yes? Nedzu laughed, the sound edged in steel, but his eyes didn't move from Izuku's face. That wasn't a trick question, Midoriya-kun. I seem to have a weakness for it myself. He made a sweeping gesture at the seat in front of Recovery Girl's desk. Why don't you have a seat and share a pot with me? Aizawa had seemed intimidating the first time Izuku had shown up at his door, but that was nothing compared to the feeling he had as Nedzu watched him, waiting for him to answer. His skin crawled, the feeling that Nedzu was somehow able to pick him apart with just his stare and a smile increasing with every second that ticked by. Shouldn't you wait for Shoyuta to have this conversation? Present Mike asked, the waver in his voice doing nothing to calm Izuku's own worries. I have some things I would like to discuss with just Midoriya-kun first, Nedzu responded just as calmly as before. But don't worry. Aizawa-sensei and I will have a conversation of our own once Recovery Girl has cleared him, and he's gotten some rest. Head injuries are nasty things, and we wouldn't want to do anything to disrupt his recovery. Now while Midoriya-kun and I are having our discussion, why don't you take Bakugo-kun to the teacher's lounge? There should be some leftover food there, and he can call his parents and let them know he's okay. I'll see about getting them home as soon as we're done here. It was a testament to the finality in Nedzu's voice that Bakugo didn't argue with being sent away. He simply shot Izuku another look, letting him know that he wouldn't be forgetting that Izuku had promised a better explanation, before allowing Present Mike to lead him from the room without a word. When the door clicked closed behind them, Izuku turned hesitantly towards Nedzu, who was still watching him, hands crossed, at the desk. Now why don't you take a seat, Midoriya-kun, and we can get this over with. I'm sure your mother is very worried about you. The sooner we have you back home, the better. Yes, sir, was all that Izuku could say under the weight of Nedzu's stare, and he moved slowly towards the chair. Nedzu didn't speak when Izuku sat, and he shifted in his seat as the principal turned away from him at last to prepare their drinks, his movements slow, deliberate. It was almost as nerve-wracking as his stare, and by the time Izuku had a steaming cup of tea in front of him, he felt like the nerves building in his throat would choke him. Nedzu wrapped his hands around his own cup, his gaze shifting back to Izuku. "You are in your second year of middle school, are you not? How did you know that? The teachers here sometimes forget, but because they aren't active heroes full-time, I am made aware any time one of them is involved in an incident." Nedzu paused to test his drink, his face scrunching when he decided that his was still too hot. "I can recall the moment the police were informed about your kidnapping. They thought Aizawa-sensei was my dad," Izuku found himself saying. "That's why they took me." "Not all villains can be evil geniuses," Nedzu replied with a shrug. "And a good thing for the pro-heroes that they aren't." Izuku twisted his cup on the saucer. "That's what Present Mike said. He's a smart man. There's a reason I recruited him to teach here after all. But that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Are you going to tell Aizawa-sensei that he can't train me anymore?" Izuku asked, surprising himself with how flat the words sounded when he spoke. His grip on the cup tightened. Izuku knew that Aizawa hadn't advertised the fact that he had taken on a student outside of Yui, but he had never really sat down and considered what would have happened if he had. He hadn't known Aizawa very long, but he trusted him, respected him. What would he do if he couldn't see the hero on a regular basis anymore? The time before his training with Aizawa began seemed like a lifetime away. Incompetent though they were, Izuku had been kidnapped by villains and escaped, had fought one of them and won. His dream wasn't the unattainable thing it had been before he decided to find Aizawa, and with each training session, with each skill he added to his repertoire, he felt closer to making that dream a reality. If Nedzu put an end to their sessions, would Izuku be able to adjust to the way things had been before? He didn't want to know the answer either way. You aren't a student at Yui, and you've already been targeted by villains because of your association with Aizawa. As the principal of Yui, it is my job to take responsibility for my teacher's actions, and yet I had no idea that you even existed until tonight." Nedzu paused to pour himself another cup of tea. "For all of these reasons, I should stop this before it gets out of hand." Izuku opened his mouth to protest, unsure of what exactly he could say to change Nedzu's mind, when the principal's wording caught up to him. "You should drink your tea, Midoriya-kun," Nedzu said in answer. Izuku hurried to drain his cup, the liquid burning down his throat. Nedzu poured him another cup as well. I should. But I'm curious." Nedzu's eyes narrowed in Izuku as he leaned forward. "You are quirkless, are you not?" "I am." "And do you know anything about Aizawa-sensei's reputation here at Yui, Midoriya-kun?" Izuku shook his head. "I heard that he was a tough teacher, and he is, but I spent more time tracking down his apartment than I did talking to his students." The calm expression on Nedzu's face slipped. "Tracking down his apartment? That's how I was able to ask him to teach me," Izuku explained. We'll come back to that," Nedzu said finally, taking a long drink from his cup. "What I meant by that was, do you know the reputation Aizawa-sensei has for expelling his students?" "He has a reputation for expelling students?" Aizawa expected a lot from his students, and when they had first started meeting he had made it clear that if he ever felt Izuku wasn't working to his full potential then the sessions would end, but Izuku had thought that was only because he wasn't one of his students at Yui. In the time he has been a teacher here, Aizawa-sensei has expelled over 100 students. In fact, he just put in a proposal for the expulsion of most of his current freshman homeroom. Now we don't just expel these students because he asks, of course. Each case is reviewed by myself and several other teachers before going through, but not a single recommendation made by him has been overturned. "Why are you telling me this?" Izuku asked. "Because I want you to understand that I trust Aizawa-sensei's ability to see potential or lack thereof in his students. In each of those cases, Aizawa-sensei was right. Those students were not taking the program as seriously as they should have. It would have only been a matter of time before their actions led to injuries to themselves or their fellow students. If he sees enough potential in you to train you himself, then I will trust his judgment. And that is why, although I should put a stop to these lessons, I will allow them to continue. Izuku had been so sure that Nezu would tell them to stop that when he didn't, Izuku wasn't sure how to respond. He stared at Nezu open-mouthed as he struggled to find his voice. Of course there will be paperwork that needs to be done, but we can worry about that once I have had my talk with your mentor. Now let's back up here for a moment, Nezu said. You mentioned going to Aizawa's apartment. Like you said, I'm quirkless, but I still want to be a pro hero, Izuku answered slowly. I like to keep track of people's quirks. Outline the mechanics of how they might work, their strengths, their limitations, things like that. When I was looking at how Aizawa-sensei fights, I realized that, in a way, he was like me. His quirk puts him on an even playing field with his opponent, and at that point it's a matter of who has better training outside of their quirk. I might not be able to nullify other people's quirks the way he can, but I thought, if I could take what I already did analyzing people's quirks and get better at it, if Aizawa-sensei could teach me how to fight like he did. You could still be a hero, Nezu finished. I have to say, I'm impressed with your reasoning. I hadn't looked at his quirk like that before. Izuku shifted in his seat at the praise, looking away from Nezu's sharp gaze. I knew that I needed to do something big to make sure he didn't say no before I could finish my pitch. So I showed up at his apartment. His apartment that no one outside of a few trusted friends even knows exist, Nezu laughed. Yes, I can see how that would keep him from simply slamming the door in your face. And then I showed him the notes that I kept and he agreed. Nezu picked up his drink again, still chuckling. I think we can expect great things from you, Midoriya Izuku. I look forward to seeing what you can make of this opportunity. Izuku didn't get to see Aizawa again before he left. He's asleep right now, and I'm not planning on waking him until I have to, Recovery Girl said when she returned just as Izuku was finishing his second cup of tea. I'll need to keep him here tonight, but he'll be free to leave in the morning. I'm sure you'll hear from him then. There had been no arguing with the stern set to her eyes, and Izuku had allowed himself to be led to the teacher's lounge where Present Mike and Bakugo were waiting. After a quick scan, Recovery Girl cleared them to leave, and Present Mike had volunteered to drop the boys off. Nezu had seen them off with the promise that he would be sending the paperwork Izuku would need to fill out with Aizawa in the morning. The moment they were back in the quiet of the car and leaving Yui's campus, Bakugo turned around in his seat to glare at Izuku. Answers, Deku. I want an explanation. Not now, Kaken, Izuku answered without looking at him. Now that he knew that Aizawa would be okay and that Nezu wouldn't be ending their training sessions, all Izuku wanted to do was get something to eat and go to sleep. It's a long story and I'm tired. I'll tell you later. You promised me answers, Bakugo growled. I did just get kidnapped because of this. I never said when, Izuku yawned. And you got to fight a villain. Really, you should be thanking me for the opportunity the threat to my life gave you. Present Mike hummed from the front seat. I'm beginning to see why you and Shoyuta get along, Midoriya. Deku-dash. Let him rest until we get back to your street, Bakugo-kun, Present Mike interrupted. You two have been through a lot tonight. Answers can wait until you've both had a good night's sleep. The rest of the car ride passed in silence, Bakugo grumbling but not arguing with what the pro hero had said. When they pulled up in front of his house, Present Mike got out to walk Bakugo to the door. He must have taken Nezu up on the chance to call his parents because the door swung open when they were only halfway up the steps, and Bakugo Mitsuki tackled her son, ignoring his struggling as she pulled him in for a hug. Izuku could see her say something to Present Mike, and then the hero was smiling, making his way back towards the car. Izuku moved to take the now vacant seat in the front, and then they were pulling away, Bakugo still fighting his mother's hold on the front stoop. Izuku! He barely had the door open before he heard his mother's voice and found himself wrapped up in a hug of his own. Are you okay? What happened? I'm okay, Mom, he said, returning her hug as Present Mike stepped in behind them. The people who took him have been turned over to the police. It seems Bakugo Katsuki was also taken, but neither of them were hurt, and I've dropped Bakugo off at his house already. And Aizawa-san? She asked, not letting Izuku go. Minor concussion, but Recovery Girl took care of him. With her quirk he'll be fine by the morning. He'll probably come straight here once he's given the okay to leave. Inko released Izuku long enough to pull Present Mike in as well. Thank you for saving him. No thanks necessary, he said, rubbing at the back of his neck. I'm glad I finally got to meet Shuda's student, although I wish it could have been under better circumstances. We'll have to talk again later, kid. I've got some stories about Shuda's early hero days that I'm sure you'll appreciate. Really? Of course. Present Mike winked. But if he asked, you didn't hear them from me. Now I'll let you rest. I'm sure I'll see you again soon. When the door closed behind him, Inko dragged her son to the kitchen, pushing him towards a chair while she fretted. I'm sure you're hungry. I mean, I know it's late, but you missed dinner, and then there was the stress from everything that happened. I was so worried, Izuku. So worried. Tell me everything that happened while you eat. Unless you don't want to eat, I'm just assuming that you're hungry. Are you hungry? Yeah, Mom, Izuku answered, smiling as she hurried to put something together. Dinner sounds great. Aizawa arrived early the next morning, a cup of coffee in one hand, a thick stack of papers in the other. It was only that fact that kept Izuku from tackling him again the moment he realized who was at the door. I can't thank you enough for going to save him, Aizawa-san, Inko said when they were all seated at the kitchen table just as she and Izuku had done the night before. They were after me in the first place, Aizawa answered, pulling at the scarves that were once again wrapped around his shoulders. I should be apologizing for getting him involved. If I had been more careful. It was not your fault. Inko's voice hardened. And I don't want to hear you blame yourself for what happened again. Everyone's okay now, and they were arrested. Do not put that burden on yourself. She glanced at Izuku and then back to Aizawa, smiling. The way I look at it, you've probably kept him out of danger these past few weeks by keeping him from tracking down villain fights on his own. Let's just leave the blame with the people actually responsible. Aizawa looked away. If you're sure. I am. Right. Aizawa cleared his throat, gesturing to the stack of papers laid out on the table in front of him. I hadn't mentioned that I was training Midoriya at Yui because I wanted his accomplishments to be his own, but now that Principal Nedzu has been made aware of the situation, if these lessons are to continue, we need to make them official. If? Izuku asked. Did Aizawa not want to teach him anymore after what had happened? I told you before we began that we would only move forward with your mother's permission, Aizawa explained. Given the incident yesterday and this paperwork, I need to make sure that you are still okay with this, Midoriya-san. Izuku turned to his mother, eyes wide. He had seen how nervous she had been last night. If Izuku continued with his training and got accepted to Yui, he would be in a lot more dangerous situations in the future. You don't have to look at me so concerned, Izuku. I know this is your dream. I may not like the fact that you could get hurt doing this, but it isn't my place to stand in the way of something that means so much to you. She gave him a watery smile. Of course you may continue learning from Aizawa-san. Now what kind of paperwork has Nedzu-san sent us? Recommendation registration of Yui happens much earlier than normal registration, and all of the first-year slots for Midoriya's year have already been filled, but Principal Nedzu has decided to create another one. When this paperwork is submitted, he will be conditionally accepted to the hero course, giving me permission as his mentor to train with him outside of my role as a teacher at Yui. When the official entrance exam rolls around, he will have to pass the academic part as well as attend a demonstration for Nedzu and a few other teachers on the admissions board. Izuku had to have heard that wrong. There was no way. Recommendation? Aizawa shrugged. I was going to ask anyway, but whatever you said to Nedzu impressed him. He made the suggestion before I could. Izuku! His mother cried. How exciting! We still have a long way to go with your training before then, so don't think that you can slack off because of this. The acceptance is only conditional. You still have to pass the final demonstration, and I won't have some slacker get in under my name. We have a lot of work to do still, Midoriya. Izuku grinned. When can we start? Bakuga hadn't wanted to hear anything but an explanation from Deku when he approached him, but the message his classmate had brought him from the pro-hero that had come to save him made him pause. Deku had seemed happy as he passed along the note, not at all like someone who had finally realized the uselessness of his goal. Maybe knocking that Asahi guy out had gone to his head, or maybe he was too stupid to realize what the pro-hero meeting with Bakugo meant, but either way he didn't care. Eraserhead wanted to speak to him, and Bakugo wasn't about to let a chance like that pass. The warehouse he had been directed to sat at the edge of the city, and from the outside it didn't look like much, old but well-maintained siding making each building as forgettable as the next, and the doors screeched a high-pitched metal-on-metal sound as he slid them apart to step inside. Along the far wall sat several exercise mats, a rack of weights, and a row of other equipment. He could see where the room split off into another part of the warehouse down the hallway, the setup just like the one at the warehouse he and Deku had been taken to just a few nights before. Aizawa wasn't there. Maybe he would just poke around a bit, get a hint at what Deku had been up to here and, "Don't touch my stuff." Bakugo spun around at the hero's monotoned voice, arms flailing as he tried to keep from falling over. "Deku told me you wanted to see me," he said calmly, trying to maintain whatever impression the pro had of him before he almost fell on his face. "Deku," Aizawa repeated, and for a moment Bakugo felt sure that his eyes had flashed red. "I'm not familiar with that name." A dash. For once Bakugo was speechless as the slow realization of the mistake he might have just made crept up his spine. "I mean dash." "Have a seat, Bakugo," Aizawa said. "I think it's time we have a talk." Bakugo prided himself on that fact that he wasn't easily intimidated. Why would he ever give that kind of control over himself to someone else? He was a future pro-hero, the best in his school. He had no reason to be afraid, because no matter what happened, no matter what kind of trouble he found himself in, he wouldn't lose. That being said, the look Aizawa gave him from across the lone table in the warehouse made his skin crawl. His first impression of the pro-hero had been right, it seemed. The scruffiness that Bakugo had assumed had been a result of the fight Aizawa had been in along with the severe concussion remained, the dark circles lining his eyes just as dark. Scarves that Bakugo had last seen wrapped tightly around the villain who had kidnapped him were draped loosely around his shoulders. All in all, he didn't look like much. Surely not like the image of pro-heroes Bakugo had created in his head over the years. Heroes like All Might or Endeavor who wore their strength for the world to see. So why did Bakugo want Aizawa do something, say something, anything other than continue to stare at him, eyes narrowed, from across the table? Why did he feel frozen in his seat under the pro-hero's icy gaze? "I asked you to come here because Midoriya said he promised you an explanation, and I owed you an apology for your involvement with those villains." Bakugo wished he could say he didn't start at the sound of Aizawa's voice. "But you have reminded me of another issue that needs to be addressed." Bakugo huffed. Of course Deku would somehow manage to ruin his opportunity to talk to a pro-hero one-on-one. There were so many things he wanted to ask about training and Yui, and what it was like to be a pro, and here they were talking about Deku. FING typical. "Do you have a problem with that?" Aizawa asked, an eyebrow lifting at the question. Bakugo shook his head quickly. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, arms crossed in front of him. "You don't understand why I agreed to train Midoriya, do you?" he asked. "He's quirkless," Bakugo answered, swallowing the insults that threatened to slip out. No matter what else Bakugo thought of his classmate, the fact that Deku didn't have a quirk should have been explanation enough. No matter how much time Aizawa wasted on him, no matter how much training Deku got, he would never be better than Bakugo. He would never be able to become a pro-hero. Deku spent so much of his time hunched over those stupid notebooks of his, writing down every single thing he could about quirks, deluding himself into thinking that he could make up for what he lacked in physical abilities if he was smart enough. It was ridiculous to think otherwise. If Deku were to really try to be a hero without a quirk, he would always be struggling to keep up, putting out 10 times the energy as someone with a quirk to accomplish the same thing and still falling short of their results every single time. Bakugo couldn't understand why a pro-hero would waste his time humoring a useless student who was doomed to fail before they even started. Bakugo, had you heard of my work before this incident?" Aizawa asked, his blank expression unchanging. Thrown by the question, Bakugo answered without thinking. "No, I hadn't." "And do you know why that is?" Aizawa reached up to pull on the goggles that hung around his neck. "Because I don't want them to. My quirk erases the effects of other people's quirks," but only while I'm looking at them. In order to be an effective hero, I have to maintain a low profile. Rely on skills other than just my quirk. And Midoriya Izuku noticed that. What was Aizawa saying? So what? Deku noticed him. Noticed how he fought? Bakugo could feel the telltale tingling on the palms of his hands, the start of an explosion waiting to spark, and he struggled to pull his quirk back under control, seething. What does that have to do with Deku? Aizawa's mouth twitched at the word, but he continued without comment. It matters because Midoriya was right when he said that I essentially fight without a quirk. I can stop them from using their abilities, but at that point it becomes a matter of who the better fighter is without their quirks. Midoriya may not have a quirk, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the potential to be a hero. He notices things about people that no one else does, and he has an analytical mind unlike any other student I have ever taught. As Aizawa spoke, Bakugo burned. How did he not understand? He was a pro-hero. He shouldn't be saying this. Of course Deku's potential as a hero was zero. Everything that happened at the warehouse with Rave and Asahi flashed to the forefront of his thoughts. Sure, Deku had managed to take out Asahi, but the villain hadn't even used his quirk then. He had just been talking, and Deku had taken advantage of that. That didn't mean he could be a hero, fighting against villains with quirks 100 times more dangerous than a stupid gas that put people to sleep. In a fight with a real villain, Deku wouldn't stand a chance. Bakugo snapped, his chair tumbling to the ground behind him with a crash as he stood. No matter how much he trains, he won't ever be a hero. It's not possible. Bakugo expected some kind of reaction from the pro. A change in his expression, anger, maybe to say that everything had been a joke, that he had just been messing with Deku this whole time by acting like the other boy's dream was something achievable. Instead, Aizawa looked from Bakugo's smoking hands to the chair on the floor and sighed. Do you want to spar, Bakugo? Once again the words were so expected, delivered in such a bland tone, that Bakugo's anger slipped in his surprise. What? I pulled your records, kid. You aren't an idiot. You want to spar. He had never backed down from a challenge before, least of all a challenge for a fight, but something about the wide-eyed grin that replaced Aizawa's blank stare at the question almost made him hesitate. You're on, old man. Bakugo said, returning Aizawa's frightening grin with one of his own. I'm only 28, brat. Get to the mats. When they reached the mats, Aizawa stood in front of him, hands at his side, an air of indifference in his every movement. Whenever you're ready, Bakugo. He moved before the words were finished, closing the distance between them in seconds. Bakugo's hand sparked, an explosion roaring to life, just as Aizawa's eyes flashed red. The explosion fizzled out. I told you about my quirk. That's not going to work. Aizawa was in his face before he could respond, his eyes glowing. Bakugo took a step back, his foot meeting a stand of the pro's scarves, and the world tilted as he tripped, stumbling as Aizawa pulled the band out from under him. The mats did nothing to stop the breath from being knocked out of him when he landed hard on his back. Scrambling, Bakugo pulled himself to his feet, anger and embarrassment coloring his cheeks in equal measure. Aizawa stood at the other end of the mats again, looking just as uninterested as before. If all you rely on is your quirk, you're in for a rude awakening one day, Bakugo Katsuki. Quirks are not all there is to being a hero. The words were delivered flat, matter of fact, and Bakugo saw red. Quirks were everything to being a hero. You couldn't be a hero without a strong quirk like Bakugo's, a quirk that meant he was destined to be a hero. If quirks weren't the most important thing, then what was? Then train me. Bakugo burst out. You said you pulled my record. You know how great my quirk is. I have so much more potential to be a hero than Deku. Aizawa's eyes flashed red again. You aren't listening to me. I'm not going to train you. Not now. Why not? He would train Deku but not him? What could stupid Deku have that Bakugo didn't? He would show him. Convince him that the only student he needed was standing right in front of him. I'd on dash. Bakugo lunged, right arm swinging. He was the best. Everyone had told him so ever since his quirk manifested. All he had to do was prove it, and Aizawa caught his fist and twisted, spinning Bakugo around and pinning his arm to his back. I'm not saying this to hurt you, Aizawa said behind him as Bakugu struggled to wrench his arm free. Or because I like to beat of kids in my spare time. I'm sorry that you got dragged into that villain fight. That doesn't mean that either Midoriya or I have to justify his training to you. Aizawa let him go and Bakugu stumbled at the loss of support, turning to face the pro, eyes wide. You think that Midoriya can't be a hero because he doesn't have a quirk? Aizawa asked, the anger twisting his expression into something so unlike the blank look Bakugu had become used to. You want to call him useless every chance you get? He can last almost 5 minutes at the same level I just fought you. The words hurt like a physical blow. But you have potential, Bakugu, he said, and the sudden gentleness in his voice stung almost as much as the anger. You can be a great hero one day. But you need to learn that quirks aren't everything. They're abilities just like anything else, and they aren't infallible. Your quirk gives you an edge, but it also comes with a level of responsibility that you don't seem to understand. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya hasn't told me a lot about his relationship with you, but it was enough that I can connect the dots. Despite all of the bullying he's endured at your hand over the years, he still cares about. And that's why I'm going to offer you this advice. You have 1.5 years until the UE entrance exam. Use this time to think about what it means to be a hero. You've had power over Midoriya since you were 5 years old. I wanted to think about how you've used it. When Izuku opened the door to Aizawa, he didn't know what to expect. It wasn't their usual training day, but Aizawa hadn't mentioned anything about going to the warehouse. Apparently his homeroom had been cancelled. Aizawa hadn't offered any details, and Izuku hadn't asked, but given what Netsu had told him, he had a feeling he knew what happened. He wasn't sure that made him more nervous to continue training or less. Would you like something to drink, Aizawa-san? Inko asked, coming up behind Izuku. I was just about to make tea if you have time for a cup. Aizawa ducked his head. Midoriya and I have an appointment to keep, Inko-san. But I appreciate the offer. An appointment? Izuku asked. This was the first he had heard of any appointment. What kind of training were they doing then? It's a surprise, Aizawa responded, and Inko smiled softly looking between the two. She had been worried that, despite the new official status of their mentorship, Aizawa would react to the kidnapping by trying to push Izuku away. Inko hadn't known the pro-hero long, but enough time had passed for her to have learned that he didn't always know how to handle emotional situations. Thankfully, that didn't seem to be the case. Well, I'll expect you to stay for dinner then. Yamada-san has already said yes. Once again her tone left no room for arguments. Izuku's chuckle cut off as Aizawa glanced his way. Inko waved them off, and the door closed behind them, leaving Aizawa with the feeling that his young student was more like his mother than he realized. They were out of the building before Izuku spoke again. How did your talk with Kaken go? I think I got through to him in the end. Bakugu had heard him, at least. When Aizawa finished speaking, the boy had grumbled under his breath but hadn't outright argued. Aizawa had sent him home with the promise that if Bakugu continued his treatment of Midoriya he would hear about it. And that Bakugu had too much potential to waste because he refused to grow up. He hadn't been happy about it, but he had left without another word, and Aizawa had to hope that his words had some effect both for Bakugu's sake as well as Midoriya's. Aizawa glanced at his young student. Izuku was looking away from him, hands in his pockets as he frowned. Did you do the homework I asked you for, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, breaking through Izuku's musing before his thoughts could drag him under. Of course. Izuku responded immediately. And what did you find? They turned the corner at the end of Izuku's block and started down the next street. The versions I found were all fragmented, conflicting storylines that didn't add up. But I'm still not sure why these comics are so hard to find. The ones without any kind of powers, sure, but plenty of the heroes had some kind of ability like a quirk. Those were definitely the easiest ones to track down, although those stories don't match up either. I wonder if they were rebooted often? That would explain why different stories I had different characters or powers. Or, I guess it could be that I'm just not reading it in the right order. There's so much missing, and the records aren't well preserved. Even the so-called experts don't have a full understanding of the complete storyline. The corner of Aizawa's mouth twitched. While I couldn't find a lot of information on the Quirkless heroes, luckily there were a good number of the team-up arcs saved, and I was able to piece some things together from that. Some of the weapons aren't possible, of course. Izuku continued, not seeing the smile his mentor struggled to hide as he rambled. But even those gave me some ideas that might work outside of fiction. Good. And the second part? I looked into the other courses that UE offers. Besides Gen Ed, both the business and support courses are extremely important after graduation. And Gen Ed students aren't stuck in that course once they are accepted. Plenty of students have moved from that course to the others. Even the Hero course, although that's only happened 4 times since UE was founded. In all of those cases they had quirks that were great for hero work but weren't really compatible with the entrance exams format. I wrote all of it down, and I can give it to you before you leave tonight. It sounds like you spent a lot of time on it. Izuku bounced in place next to Aizawa as they stopped at a crosswalk, the countdown flashing at them from across the street. I know you said it's a surprise, but can't you give me a hint? Does it have to do with that assignment? Are we dash? Midoriya, Aizawa interrupted. Let this be a surprise. Trust me. Turning to his mentor, Izuku's smile once again reminded Aizawa of a certain pro-hero. Whatever you say, Aizawa-sensei. They continued to walk, Izuku chattering happily about the comics he had read about, the characters he wished he could have found more information on. Especially the one in black and blue. I saw him in a team-up I found, but his name was never mentioned. Aizawa stopped in from a small, brick building in the middle of the street and Midoriya, still rambling, didn't notice until Aizawa grabbed his arm and pulled him back. The building was old, and there was no sign outside marking its purpose. Izuku stared at it in awe. The outside might have looked run down, but if they were there instead of training then there had to be more to the building than there appeared. This is where our appointment is? He asked. Aizawa nodded, heading up the stairs, and Izuku hurried to follow him. We're meeting with a Yui alum. She graduated from the support course, top of her class. The support course. All that research Aizawa had made him do on the comics and the other courses, surely they weren't here for. The door swung open and they stepped inside. The interior looked just as dated as the exterior, but every available surface seemed to be covered in different appliances and projects. Replicas of support items used by current pro heroes hung from the ceiling, and the walls were lined with photos of the same woman smiling as she handed off gear to a bemused hero. Suddenly a pair of neon green eyes peered out at him from a bronze face. Izuku screamed, tripping over his own feet as he tried to move away, and only Aizawa's arm kept him from crashing into the display behind him. Hatsum-san, do you have to do that every time I come by? Aizawa asked, sighing into his hand. But Shoyuta, the bronze-masked stranger said laughing. I've never managed to get you. And look, he's such an easy target. Hatsum-san, we have an appointment. Fine, came the reply as Izuku attempted to breathe normally again. The mask lifted, and Izuku was faced with a woman who appeared to be the same age as his mother. Her bright pink hair was piled into a messy bun on her head, and her eyes flashed at him as she smiled, hand on hip. I'm Hatsum Natsumi. Welcome to my shop, little hero in training Kun. We can talk in my back room, Hatsum said, still smiling at Izuku. Izuku smiled back. Follow me, and be careful not to knock over any of my babies. I have a lot of works in progress through here, and I don't have the time to start them over. Izuku quickly nodded his agreement, but following Hatsum ended up being more difficult than he had expected. The room she led them through was a maze of tables and stacked equipment, half-built tech spread out over every available surface. Hatsum danced through the stacks with ease, leaving Izuku and Aizawa to trail after her, trying to copy the path she had taken through the disarray. The attempt was doomed from the start, but somehow Izuku made it from one end of the room to the other without destroying anything. He could count that as a win, at least. Hatsum's office ended up being only marginally less cluttered than the rest of her shop, and she hurried to move papers out of the 2 chairs in front of her low-sitting metal desk before taking her own chair, spinning in it as she sat. Sit. Hatsum said, leaning forward on her elbows as she looked between the pro hero and his student. Let me see what I have to work with today. Her eyes seemed to glow a brighter green, and Izuku shifted under her stare, his eyes cutting to his mentor to see how he was reacting to the excited gleam in Hatsume's eyes. Aizawa had slid down in his seat already, his scarves coming up to cover his mouth. When he spoke, his words were muffled. "Is this really necessary, Hatsume? I told you all the details you needed to know when I made this appointment." "Spoil sport," she responded. "I wanted to see what made the reclusive Aizawa Shoyuta accept a student on his own. In all the years I've known you, you've brought a student here a grand total of 0 times. Excuse me for being curious as to what made little Hiro-kun over here special." Hatsume-san's quirk allows her to see the general state of a person's physical condition, Aizawa explained, tugging on his goggles. "Although why she thinks I would choose a student based on that alone, I have no idea." "I had to check anyway," Hatsume protested. "You know that." Her next words were directed back to Izuku. "Everyone thought I was going to end up a doctor with a quirk like mine, but inventing has always been my passion. People never understood how the two things were related." Her eyes cut to Aizawa before sliding back to Izuku, a slow smile growing at the corner of her mouth. "Can to take a guess at why?" Thrown by the sudden question, Izuku bit his lip. "Some of the support items heroes use could do more harm than good if they aren't in the right physical shape to handle them? So by using your quirk you can determine what kind of restrictions need to be put in place? There are a lot of safety protocols in place around the kinds of things heroes are allowed to use, but for example, if a certain support item put added stress on the user's back, it wouldn't be good to give that item to someone who would be more likely to suffer the effects from it. Is that right?" Hatsume clapped, pointing a finger at Izuku. "Right in one. It also gives me a little information on a person's quirk, basically whether they have one or not." Her eyes narrowed on Aizawa. "You didn't mention that your student was quirkless, Aizawa-san." Izuku should have been used to that reaction by now, but he had grown used to the way that Aizawa didn't treat him any differently because of his lack of quirk. There were no pitying looks from the hero, no comments about how unfortunate his situation was if he wanted to become a pro. Even present Mike had reacted to the news as if it were no big deal. "You didn't ask, and I didn't think the information was necessary to share at that moment." Of course it's necessary information. He should have known, should have prepared himself for this kind of reaction again. Aizawa had warned him when he first started training him that the comments targeting his quirkless status would only intensify when he got accepted to Yui, and yet Izuku had already grown so used to his mentor's casual indifference to the situation that Hatsume's offhand comment stung more than it would have a few weeks before. "This makes this an even higher priority, you idiot." Izuku's mental rambling faltered. She wasn't going to refuse to help him? And had she just called Aizawa an idiot? He didn't know which one was more baffling. "Oh, I knew this was going to be an exciting request the moment you called, but this makes it even better." Hatsume's grin turned sharp as she leaned back in her chair, eyes gleaming. "I can see why you would come to me then." She had pulled out a pad and pen, chewing in the end as she continued. "What kind of self-defense are you teaching him? I'll need to know to best match the items to his style." "A mix of Aikido, Jiu-Jitsu, and boxing. I've also got him started with eskrima." Hatsume hummed, her attention focused on the paper in front of her. The switch from her gentle teasing to serious inventor had happened in a moment, although Izuku could still see the excited glint in her eyes as she scribbled down her notes. "And have you given any thought to what exactly you want, Hiro-kun? There will be some limitations on what I can give you since you aren't officially in a school's hero training course yet, but we can always talk about things for later. You're getting in on recommendations, right?" "Yes," Izuku answered, almost choking on the word. He still couldn't believe that that was happening either. While he and Aizawa still hadn't discussed the finer details of what recommendations really meant, his teacher saying they needed to focus on making sure he had the skills to back the support up, it still seemed too good to be true. "Paperwork turned in and approved?" Aizawa leveled her with a glare. "Right?" Hatsume said around her pen. "Dumb question. This makes things easier. There are still some stuff I'm sure you're going to need that I can't give you until you start at UE restrictions on items that could cause lasting harm and all that, but being on the track to get in on recommendations opens up a few other options for us." Did you have anything in mind? Well, Izuku started hesitantly. I've been reading some old comics from before quirks manifested, and there were some heroes that didn't have powers. Did I mention that I like this kid? Hatsum asked, pointing at Izuku again with the end of her pen. Because I like this kid. You would get along great with my daughter, Hiro-kun. She loves taking inspiration from whatever scraps of those series she can get her hands on. What did you have in mind? I know that this is just fiction, so a lot of it isn't feasible, but something that I noticed was that most of them had a belt of some kind. To give themselves more options during different situations, they needed to have everything close at hand. I thought that would be something I would eventually end up needed. Especially since I won't always be able to just carry my eskrima rods around. Good start, Hatsum said, her pen back on her paper. I would have suggested something like that if you hadn't. Since you don't have a quirk, giving you items that can be used in multiple situations is key. Give you as many options as possible. What else? Izuku's eyes cut to Aizawa. Go ahead, kid. I know you've thought about this. Would you be able to add an electric charge to the rods? Hatsum hummed again. That's definitely doable, but unfortunately falls under the category of things I can't give you until your first year starts. I like the way you think though. I'll make a note to have that ready for you. Sounds good? Nodding absent-mindedly, Izuku ran through all of the heroes he had read about and what he knew about how support items worked. With the restrictions Hatsum had described, the simpler his requests the better. What could he ask for that he wouldn't have to wait to learn how to use? Are minor explosives included in that category? He asked. Aizawa coughed, and Izuku turned to look at him, but his face was still tucked under his scarf. Grinning, Hatsum spun in her chair. Depends on the strength of the explosives and what you're using it for. Nothing huge, just something I could use as a distraction, set off by either contact or remotely. There would be times when Izuku wouldn't be able to get the information he needed about someone's quirk quickly enough, times when he wasn't going to be prepared for the situation he had run into. Especially at the beginning. Having a way to buy himself more time or get away would be essential, not to mention all the ways they would be useful in an actual fight. Years of being around Bakugo had taught him how impactful even a small explosion could be. That would actually be okay. I can up the strength later if you needed it, but I can give you some of both kinds to practice with for now so you can get a feel for how they work. I can give you some smoke pellets too. Some similar effects, but less noise and less damage. Those were actually on my list too, Izuku admitted, and then hesitated. Go ahead, Midoriya. Aizawa sighed. You won't know if it's allowed until you ask. Yes, go ahead, little Hiro-kun, Hatsum echoed. If you aren't sure about it, then that must mean it's good. A grappling gun? He asked, his voice breaking on the last word. A grappling gun, Hatsum repeated. Izuku rushed to explain. Well, I was just thinking that since I don't have a quirk, mobility is going important, and this would be one way to improve my options. I'm getting faster, but for someone whose quirk enhances their speed, that's not going to matter. If I needed to get from one location to another, this could make a difference, and it's not really a gun, so it should be allowed, right? I could also use it to pull things towards me. Like say we were fighting in that warehouse again, I could have used it to pull some of those boxes down and dash. He cut himself off, realizing that he had been rambling again, and ducked his head. Fight in a warehouse? It's a long story, Aizawa said. But he does have a point about the support item. Would that be something he would be allowed now? Izuku's head jerked up at Aizawa's response. It had seemed so comic book-esque that Izuku hadn't been sure about asking for it, but Aizawa had taken his explanation seriously. Normally, no, but this is one of those things that would be allowed since he's getting in on recommendations, Hatsum explained. Since the gun itself can be powered by compressed air, as long as the hero mentoring him is present when he uses it, there's not a problem. You aren't planning on leaving him alone with it, are you, Aizawa-san? Aizawa didn't dignify her question with a response. Go on, Midoriya. In the end, Izuku described a few more ideas he had to Hatsum, and she sent them off with the promise that she would get in touch as soon as she finished getting everything together. It'll be about a week, maybe a little longer. Don't hesitate to call me again if you get any more ideas, Hiro-kun. Like I said, I like the way you think. Thank you for your help today, Hatsum-san, Aizawa said as he stepped out the door. Always a please, Aizawa-san. I'll have to make sure Mei is here next time you stop by. Hatsum's grin promised trouble. She would love to talk shop with someone who's just as inventive as she is, even if their areas of expertise differ slightly. Bye, Hatsum-san. Thank you. Thank you, Hiro-kun, Hatsum responded with a wink. You've given me the most fun I've had on a project in a while. Embarrassment, Bakugo thought, was a stupid FING emotion that he never wanted to feel again for the rest of his life. He had gone to his meeting with Aizawa expecting to come out of it with a promise to be trained by the pro hero, and instead he had been humiliated on every possible level. Compared to Deku, beaten in a fight, had his future as a hero put in question. Every single word out of the hero's mouth had been a blow as painful as any of the physical blows he had been dealt. Bakugo had left the warehouse at the pro hero's dismissal without a fight, without a single word in response, and he couldn't even find it in himself to be angry about it, the fury that always simmered beneath the surface suffocating under the weight of his mortification. The fact that he couldn't get angry made him want to be more angry, and the cycle continued. Think about what he had used his power for, Aizawa had said. There's more to be a hero than their quirk. What the hell kind of advice was that? The only thing he had used his strength for was to show everyone what they already knew. Bakugo Katsuki was a force to be reckoned with. He was the best, and he had made sure that everyone had known it. There couldn't possibly be anything wrong with that, right? And Decadot Aizawa's face at the nickname flashed to Bakugo's mind. The pro hadn't liked that name, that much had been clear, but Bakugo had called him that for years, ever since his quirk manifested and the other boys didn't. Surely, if there had been something wrong with the name, someone would have said something about it years ago. How many people had heard that nickname and not commented on it? And yet one glacial look from Aizawa Shoyuta had a fragment of doubt curling in the pit of his stomach. Doubt was just as bad as any embarrassment, but the feeling refused to fade. People underestimated him all the time because of his anger, his volume, but Bakugo wasn't stupid. When he couldn't shake free from the hold Aizawa's words had on him, he decided he would find out why. Why had he reacted to his accusations that why? Why had he given up the fight? Why had what Aizawa said resonated with him in such a way? Aizawa had wanted Bakugo to think about what he had done, what it meant to be a hero, and that was exactly what he planned to do. He didn't need some hero to give him the answers. He was Bakugo Katsuki. He would find his own answers. Principal Nedzu liked to think of himself as a reasonable person. He had to be to keep a school as complex as Yui running efficiently. Putting that many teens with powers together in one place, adding the stress of normal school, more difficult classes, and practical hero training all in one place, and it was a recipe for disaster, a bomb always seconds from going off. He managed problems by stopping them from becoming problems in the first place. When he got the call that one of his teachers had been specifically targeted by a pair of villains, he had been a little concerned but not truly worried. His teachers were all pros. They could handle themselves in rough situations, and Aizawa was smart enough not to go into something he couldn't handle. The fact that Aizawa's student, a middle schooler Nedzu hadn't even known existed, had been taken to that part had been the troubling bit. Nedzu understood why Aizawa hadn't mentioned it. The hero liked to keep his privacy, and there was no rule stating that he had to report that he had been training a student as long as that student planned to enter an official course, but the fact that Nedzu hadn't known about it still bothered him. Hearing that the child was quirkless had only deepened that worry, and he had had every intention of requesting that the lessons be put to an end. And then Midoriya Izuku had opened his mouth, and everything changed. A quirkless hero. The idea that would have seemed ridiculous only moments before sounded less so when explained in the rambling words of Aizawa's student, and Nedzu found himself agreeing to letting the lessons continue, offering to let the boy in on recommendations. There was something about Midoriya that Nedzu couldn't quite put to words, something in the determined set to his eyes as he casually mentioned finding Aizawa's home on his own that made Nedzu want him to succeed at the impossible. Nedzu kept control of the school by stopping problems before they became them, before they could upset the fragile balance that kept Yui at the top. By letting Midoriya Izuku continue down the path he had started on, Would Nedza be ending a problem or creating one? Instincts had told him to give Midoriya the chance, but logic told him that things would never be that simple. A test, that was what Aizawa's young charge needed. An opportunity to prove himself to the principal before the demonstration. Looking at the files spread across his desk, Nedza smiled. Yes, a test was definitely in order, and he knew just the thing. They had made it a few blocks from Hatsume's workshop when Midoriya asked the question, eyes overshadowed by his hair as he looked anywhere but at Aizawa. Do you really think Hatsume-san will introduce me to her daughter next time? The hesitance in his voice, striking at Aizawa like a physical blow, rang heavy with every word. How much had it taken from his young student to ask him that? To force the words past the anxiety that Aizawa could see in the rigid set of his shoulders? Had Aizawa been anyone else he might have mistaken. The question for something else confused the twisting of Midoriya's hands as they walked for another kind of nervousness. Knowing the root of the issue and knowing what to say about it were, unfortunately, two different things, and Aizawa found himself thrown off balance once more. Time and time again he had told Midoriya that he didn't send his students into situations they weren't prepared to handle, but he had never stopped to consider whether he was holding himself to those same standards. As a pro-hero, he didn't always have the luxury of being prepared for the crises he found himself in. Every pro tried, of course, but sometimes circumstances just didn't allow it. Fights were time-sensitive, people were in danger. You acted and hoped that you were good enough, could think far enough ahead, for everything to work out. As such, Aizawa hadn't stopped to think about whether or not he was fully prepared for everything that came along with mentoring a student outside of the confines of Yui's hero course. Could he teach Midoriya how to fight? How to read a situation, analyze his options, make decisions in the heat of the moment? The way that Midoriya had acted during the kidnapping incident had proven that, and he continued to make progress with every meeting. But at Yui, Aizawa was never the sole teacher. He had his homeroom, and while he tried to get to know the students in his care well enough to help them reach their potential, in the end he wasn't the only pro-hero they had to rely on. He helped them train and study, but he never got close to them. Aizawa kept himself far away from his students' personal matters as possible, and that was the way he liked it. He hadn't stopped to think about whether his situation with Midoriya would be any different, hadn't stopped to consider that he might have to help Midoriya with things that didn't have to do with fighting villains or self-defense. Struggling to keep his expression blank, Aizawa bit back a sigh. Hisashi would be so much better at this than him. His friend would take one look at Midoriya, hear the unspoken question in his voice, and know exactly what to say to make things better. Aizawa, on the other hand, he hadn't been lying when he told Bakugo that Midoriya hadn't told him much about their relationship. He had danced around the question, his familiar nickname for the other boy coupled with the way he seemed to flinch at the prospect of explaining, saying far more than he probably realized. It would have been enough for Aizawa to get a decent picture of the situation had Inko not stepped in with the words that Midoriya had refused to voice himself. I had hoped that Izuku training with you would be the last push Katsuki needed to stop, but Inko's words had trailed off, but her meaning was clear. She had tried to shield her son from the cruelty that came from his classmates for being quirkless, but she couldn't be with him every moment of the day. There was nothing she could do when the school and the other children's parents did nothing to curb the bullying that Inko knew had to be going on but never witnessed. Aizawa had been friendless himself until he had met Hisashi, and while he wouldn't say that time in his childhood had been pleasant, he knew that it must have been very different for him than it had been for Midoriya. His isolation had been, in part, self-inflicted, and he had never been bullied, his classmates too afraid of his reaction to try anything. Midoriya, though, he had wanted that close friendship more than anything and had every door slammed in his face because of something he had no control over. Children could be cruel, but only because their parents were incompetent. Things would only get worse when he reached Yui, parents lashing out at the quirkless boy who had gotten in on recommendations while their children had tried and failed. Other students taking their lead, angry at their own deficiencies. Aizawa-sensei? More time had passed since Midoriya had spoken than Aizawa had realized. They were almost back to the apartment now, Midoriya staring up at him, embarrassment coloring his face. I'm sure she will, kid. Aizawa answered. It would be nice to talk to someone else about those comics. I don't know anyone else who knows about them. Aizawa hummed his agreement. Do you know what we're having for dinner tonight? Midoriya brightened at the distraction, launching into an explanation of all the food his mother had planned on making, his smile wide in the fading light. Midoriya would meet Hatsum Mei, Aizawa decided, even if it meant he had to arrange the meeting himself. Yamada-san beat them to the apartment. It had been strange at first when the pro-hero had insisted on being called by his name when he wasn't at Yui or on duty, but seeing him sitting at their kitchen table out of costume, his long hair pulled up in a messy bun, made the shift easier for Izuku. Aizawa wore the same thing pretty much every time they met, the differences between his casual clothes and his hero uniform non-existent. The contrast between present Mike and Yamada Hisashi, on the other hand, was striking. Izuku almost didn't recognize the pro-hero the first time he had come home to find Yamada-san talking to him mother about a mystery series they had both read. Each subsequent visit had made the image sit a little more comfortably in his mind though, until coming home to spot one hero or the other at their table had lost all novelty. He should have known his mother would make a habit of adopting pro-heroes. Shoyuta. Izuku-kun. Yamada's voice boomed as Izuku toed off his shoes. I didn't think that you would be back so soon. Did you have fun at Natsume's shop? It was great. Izuku answered, making his way into the kitchen to hug his mother. Aizawa followed slowly, taking the mug of coffee Yamada offered with a nod before joining him at the table. Hatsum-san said that she would try to finish everything up in the next week so I could start practicing. Inko picked up her own drink as she stirred a pot on the stove. I trust Aizawa-san's judgment, but Izuku, you will be careful with all of this, won't you? Promise me? Although Izuku hadn't known that they would be making a trip to a support shop so soon, he had shown his mother the list he had come up with for his assignment. He didn't blame her for being worried. I'll be extra careful, Mom. I promise. He won't be touching anything until we've gone over how to use Hatsum's inventions safely, Inko-san. And we won't be adding them to his training menu all at once either. Smiling softly, Inko set her tea down and turned back to the counter. I know my son will be safe in your hands, Aizawa-san. Now why don't you go wash up and help me with these vegetables? I need to keep an eye on the oven. While they're doing that, let's go to the living room, Izuku-kun, Yamada suggested. Izuku knew he was trying to whisper, but the words came out just barely lower than his usual volume. I brought those pictures I told you about last time. Aizawa had already started to stand following Inko's instructions, but he froze, head snapping in Yamada's direction as his friend's words registered. What photos? Izuku watched, eyes wide, as Yamada laughed, waving Aizawa's question off with an exaggerated shrug. Just some old photos from our Yui days. Nothing important. Aizawa started, taking a step towards them. Aizawa-san, if you don't mind hurrying. I do need those vegetables soon if I'm going to finish this soup in time for dinner. Inko's voice cut through, back still turned towards them. Izuku needs to stick to that meal plan you assigned, after all. Aizawa looked from Yamada to Inko, suspicion clear on his face, but he sighed, running a hand through his hair as he glared at Yamada. Of course, Inko-san. The moment Aizawa turned away from them as well, Yamada shot Izuku the victory sign. All in a day's work. What was that? Aizawa's voice fell flat over the sound of the tap. The vegetables, dear. Aizawa sighed again, but didn't say anything else as Inko gestured them towards the door. Izuku struggled to hold back his laugh, biting his lip at the scene. Yamada didn't even bother trying, leading Izuku into the next room shaking. If only his students could see that. He laughed. They wouldn't be so afraid of him then. Izuku sat at one end of the sofa, Yamada moving to sit beside him as he reached for the photo album on the end table. Principal Nedzu mentioned something about that. His students aren't really scared of him, are they? Yamada traced the letters on the front of the album. He's a tough teacher. You would know that better than most, Izuku-kun. And he has a well-deserved reputation for expelling students that don't meet his standards. The students who don't like him because of those actions don't seem to realize that he only pushes them so hard because he cares about their safety. And since he doesn't care much about their opinions of him as long as they stay safe, he doesn't do anything to fix that perception. Izuku could understand that. Aizawa wouldn't waste time worrying about whether or not he was liked when he had things he thought were more important to take care of, but it still didn't sit right with Izuku that almost none of his students appreciated the chance they had been given by being in Aizawa's class. Izuku had only been working with him for a few weeks in hours crammed around school, and already he had so much progress. Aizawa's students at Yui spent more time with the pro than he did. Why couldn't they see what Izuku saw? Now let's take a look through this album, Izuku-kun, Yamada said, drawing Izuku out of his thoughts. I don't know how long your mom can keep him distracted, and I'm sure you have questions. Is it really okay? Izuku asked. Aizawa hadn't seemed happy with the idea of his friend showing those pictures off, and while Izuku was curious it wouldn't be worth it if it made his mentor unhappy. He doesn't mind, Yamada assured him, flipping the book over. It's not always obvious, but Shoyuta can be a little dramatic sometimes. If he truly didn't want me showing you this, he would have said something when I stopped to grab it from his apartment. The album spread open between them seemed different in light of that new information. This is his. He would deny being sentimental about our school days, but the proof is right here, isn't it? The first page had a shot of Yamada and Aizawa standing outside the main building, the UA sign visible high in the background. Dressed in their school uniform, Yamada had an arm slung over Aizawa's shoulder, a wide grin spread across his face. Aizawa wasn't smiling in the photo, but he wasn't pushing Yamada away either, seeming comfortable with the way their shoulders pressed together. This was taken at the end of our first year. Yamada explained. You can tell because Shoyuta doesn't look quite as sleep-deprived as he does by the end. I don't think his insomnia had set in by this point. Izuku filed that bit of information away for later. How did the two of you become friends? He asked. If you don't mind me asking? I would say I'm surprised he hasn't told you this story already, but we both know he doesn't like to talk about himself. Which is fine because I get to brag about him twice as much to make up for it. Yamada looked away from the book, towards the kitchen where Izuku could hear Aizawa speaking softly although he couldn't make out what exactly he was saying. We met the day he transferred into the hero course and dash. Transferred into the hero course? Izuku immediately felt guilty for interrupting, but the words had slipped out before he could think them through. He knew people could transfer into the hero course from Gen Ed. He and Aizawa had talked about it on the way to Hatsume's shop, when Izuku had done his research on the other courses. At Yui he had read about the 4 students who had transferred, but none of the reports had given those students' names. Aizawa had been one of those students? Startled, Yamada's attention shifted back to Izuku. He didn't tell you that? Izuku shook his head. He spoke a lot about not liking the format of the exam, but it was hard to imagine. For so long when Izuku thought of a hero the image that came to mind had been All Might, but now, knowing Aizawa, whenever the topic came up in school his mentor was always the first person he thought of. The fact that someone had once upon a time told Aizawa that he wasn't cut out to be a pro hero was baffling. Incomprehensible. The exam wasn't exactly the same as it is now, but the basic concept hasn't changed. Shuta's quirk isn't good against hunks of metal, and they didn't give points then for simply destroying your opponents. They put him in the Gen Ed course until the sports festival. When he made it to the finals of the last event they had no choice but to move him to the hero course. And he was put in your class? Izuku asked, mind still reeling. Yamada nodded, smiling down at the photo still open between them. I was the class representative. They sat him next to me hoping I could help him get adjusted to the new course. I haven't been rid of him since. Why didn't he dash? Izuku cut himself off, swallowing the lump in his throat. Aizawa was his mentor, but he didn't owe him anything beyond that. He shouldn't expect to be told everything about his life outside of training. Izuku-kun, Yamada said, poking Izuku in the cheek. Stop that. I've got practice reading people who overthink things, remember? I know exactly what little rabbit hole your mind just decided to wander down. Shoyuta didn't bring this up because to him it's a detail that isn't important anymore. Words? Those have never been how Shoyuta has shown he cares. Actions, though Shuta's actions say a lot more about what matters to him than words ever will. Yamada repositioned the photo album, turning the page. Now look at this picture. I had to sneak it in the middle of class, but it was totally worth it. Show Yuta napping in class with his eyes open. How could I pass up such an opportune moment for a selfie? Marlowe sat at the door waiting for him when he got home. He could see Machi laid stretched out on his sofa. He could hear Maru or Leo scratching at their post. But Marlowe sat right inside the doorway by his shoes, and that was never a good sign. In all honesty, he should have moved apartments by now. Midoriya had found it, and Aizawa had never gotten confirmation on whether the villains who attacked them had known where it was. Something had stopped him every time he thought about packing up his stuff though, and the longer he put it off the less he wanted to do it. "What is it, Marlowe?" he asked. The cat in question meowed at him, not an emergency then, and darted into the living room. Feeling better knowing that his life wasn't in immediate danger, Aizawa slipped out of his shoes and padded after his cat. The light on his answering machine flashed red, and Aizawa felt his stomach drop. Only 2 people had his landline number, and Aizawa had just left Hizashi at the station. Which meant Nezu needed to talk to him, but didn't want to deal with the fallout of his first reaction. This was bound to be pleasant. Aizawa rubbed a hand over his eyes. He had been looking forward to trying to actually sleep that night, but it seemed those plans were about to be ruined. Already cursing Nezu for whatever news he was about to deliver, Aizawa hit play. "Good evening, Aizawa-sensei." The overly excited voice of the principal filled the apartment. Marlowe sneezed, running out of the room. "I didn't want to bother you during your dinner with young Midoriya-kun," and Aizawa shouldn't even be surprised at this point that the principal had known where he was, "but I just wanted to call and say that I need you to stop by my office first thing tomorrow morning. It seems that last group of students expelled from your homeroom has been making a bigger fuss about their situation than normal, and I've come up with a grand way of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as the saying goes. It's a bit unorthodox, but I'm sure it will benefit all parties involved greatly. No need to return my call now. I'll be preoccupied the rest of the night, I'm afraid. Enjoy the rest of your evening." The machine beeped, signaling the end of the message, and Aizawa cursed. Unorthodox solution. 2 birds with 1 stone. Aizawa could see where this was going. Nezu had made the right decision not calling him on his cell, because right now he wouldn't have wanted to hear anything Aizawa had to say. Nezu was about to throw Midoriya to the wolves, and thanks to that paperwork there was nothing Aizawa could do to stop him. Come in, Aizawa-sensei. I was just about to make a fresh pot of tea." Nezu, in Aizawa's opinion, sounded far too cheery for the early hour of the morning. Aizawa himself had spent a sleepless night staring at his ceiling, sleep refusing to cooperate as he cycled through the training menus he had planned for his youngest student. The fact that Nezu's greeting came in the same chipper tone as always when he knew Aizawa wouldn't like anything he had to say in this little meeting made his already somber mood that much darker. "I'm not here for tea, Nezu-san." In a testament to why he was chosen as Yui's principal, Nezu ignored the teacher's gruff tone, waving a hand to the chair in front of him. "Nonsense. Discussions as important as this are best had with a warm drink in hand. Take a seat. It will only be a moment." Aizawa didn't move, watching as Nezu slowly poured 2 steaming cups and placed one in front of the empty chair. "Aizawa-sensei, don't make this more difficult than it needs to be, please," Nezu said, voice still upbeat despite the undercurrent of steel that rang through his words. "Let's have a cup of tea and I'll answer your questions. It's even caffeinated this morning. Just for you. I'll pass. Thank you." Arms crossed, Aizawa leaned back against the wall. He had no time to humor Nezu with pleasantries this morning, and his lack of sleep ate away at the small amount of patience he had to spare. He came to see the principal to discuss whatever challenge he had prepared to throw at Midoriya, and he would not be distracted by Nezu's games before he got the answers he wanted. Nezu shrugged, still unbothered by the obvious hostility. "Suit yourself. As I said in my message, there has been more pushback than usual from your last group of expulsion." "What kind of pushback?" Students had complained about expulsions in the past, but Nezu had never made a big deal about it before. Complaints usually came from the embarrassment of having to face the fact that they didn't take the program as seriously as they should have. Unfortunate, but nothing that required Aizawa to give any kind of response. "I'm afraid that it somehow got out to the parents of these students that you have been mentoring someone outside of Yui. They are accusing you of not taking your teaching duties here as a result. Yes, Nedzu sounded far too pleasant for someone whose school integrity was being put under question. Somehow, Nedzu shrugged. The paperwork has all been officially filed. It's a matter of public record now for anyone who felt the need to check. He glanced down at his desk, holding up a piece of paper. I believe one of the students in question has a parent who works in the quirk regulation office. They must have seen the file while it was being processed. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. A logical explanation. One that Aizawa couldn't question. And, again, Aizawa couldn't see what made this case different from the others. He hadn't neglected his students. All training sessions were recorded for review by the other pro heroes on the staff and in order for Yui to maintain their accreditation. A simple look at the film should be enough to refute the parents' claims of any failings on his part. I don't see why Midoriya needs to be involved in this. Other than the fact that Nedzu seemed to be looking for a reason to throw his student in a fight 2 years too early. Picking up his cup, Nedzu didn't answer immediately. Aizawa's already short patience frayed further as the seconds ticked by, but he kept a tight lid on his frustration. He had panicked when Midoriya had been taken and had rushed in without thinking, without planning. He had assumed his reaction had been because of the immediate danger. In all the planning he did, he never considered that Midoriya might be dragged into a fight before he entered Yui. Yet here he was, about to lose his head again. Nedzu hummed over his tea. There are standards we have to meet as a school with a certified hero course, as you know, Aizawa-sensei. And we are very good at making sure that we adhere to all necessary safety protocols while still giving our students the best training possible to prepare them for the harsh reality of work as a pro hero. It's a very hard balance to find. An almost impossible line to walk. Our ability to do so year after year is the reason we are recognized as the top school in the country. Yes. His response fell flat, and Nedzu sighed. Aizawa wished he would just get to the point. There were times for Nedzu's games, but now wasn't it? Aizawa wasn't a parent or one of the idiotic pro heroes who believed they could take advantage of him because he sat in an office all day. Nedzu should at least have the decency to not ramble on when Aizawa could have still been trying to sleep. I trust your judgment when it comes your students, Nedzu continued on, hands gripping his cup. I saw something in Midoriya during our brief meeting that makes me believe that you are right to think that he will become a great hero one day. But others won't see it that way. Because he's quirkless, Aizawa said. Because it always came back to that. No matter how much Midoriya did, no matter how many things he accomplished, people would always loop back around to that unimportant detail. Midoriya hadn't been concerned when Aizawa had brought up the ridicule his student would likely face for trying for Yui without a quirk. At the time he had thought he simply wasn't bothered by what people said, but he hadn't known him very well then. The confidence Midoriya had shown in coming his apartment had fooled him into thinking those insults had no effect on him. Enough time had passed that Aizawa knew that wasn't the case. His student was strong in so many ways, but the weight of those words day after day for years had worn away at a lot of Midoriya's belief in himself. He had only just started to regain that trust in himself. Aizawa wouldn't let Nedzu destroy what progress he had made because of a test. Don't glare at me like that, Aizawa-sensei. Nedzu's response came sharply. Do you think I don't know how it feels to have the whole world against your success? That's why this test is necessary. While the situation is still under my control. So you admit this is just a test for Midoriya then? There would be no issue with these students otherwise? Aizawa asked. Nedzu rolled his eyes. Maybe I shouldn't have scheduled this meeting for so early. It's a test. And do you know why? I had to make an additional slot of Midoriya because the recommendation students have already been selected. That has never been done before, and people notice things like that. All of that public record paperwork I talked about a moment ago? How many calls do you think I've already gotten telling me I forgot to include his quirk? The demonstration at the end of his 3rd year should be enough to prove he has the skills to back up this decision. He doesn't need to fight against students who will do everything they can to bring him down because they've already thrown away their shots. Aizawa argued. I'm saying that it's not enough. The other recommendation students have already proven themselves to heroes besides their sponsors. They've shown why they deserve to be at UE. Now it's Midoriya's turn. Keeping himself and a classmate safe when they were kidnapped isn't proof enough? Young Bakugo used his quirk wasn't authorized, and Midoriya's actions led to one of the kidnappers having to seek medical attention. While the argument can be made that they did it in self-defense, the issue has been swept under the rug for the moment. If you want to use that incident to support his right to a recommendation, go right ahead. But I'm afraid it may result in Midoriya's friend being questioned for his actions. Aizawa dug his nails into the palms of his hands. Bakugo may have made mistakes, but did he really deserve to be hauled into a police station for questioning when he had already been through so much because of that event? Would Midoriya accept avoiding this fight if it meant that Bakugo might suffer for it? Of course he wouldn't, because despite everything Bakugo had done to him, Midoriya still wanted, maybe not to be his friend, but to not be on bad terms with him. You have an answer for everything, don't you, Nezu-sen? That is my job. Aizawa barely held back a sigh. There's nothing I can say that will change your mind? Nothing, came the immediate response. The details of this test then? He may not be able to get Midoriya out of it, but he could at least prepare him for what was coming. They will be given beforehand, and don't worry. Your ex-students will not be given any additional information either. The test will be held this Saturday night, so you'll have a few days to prepare. Nezu said. We wouldn't want to distract young Midoriya from his studies. He does still have to pass the academic exam, after all. There was something in Nezu's voice that didn't sound quite right to Aizawa. A layer under the cheerfulness and nonchalance in his words as he his a smile behind his cup. That isn't all this is about though, is it? Aizawa asked, pushing off the wall and stepping closer. What are you planning? I see that you are awake after all. Nezu-san dash. I have plans for every student at UE I think can make a real difference. I believe Midoriya is one such student. Nezu interrupted. I will remind you though, that while you are a trusted teacher here, I am still the principal, Aizawa-sensei. Trust that I know what I am doing. Aizawa huffed, but didn't argue further. Nothing he did would get Nezu to budge on his position. The best thing he could do was make sure that Midoriya was ready for whatever challenge the principal had planned. I will let Midoriya know, he said starting to the door. I appreciate your cooperation. Also, one last little detail. Nezu called out. Aizawa froze in the doorway, head turning back slowly towards the desk. Because this test is to prove that there was no mistake made in offering Midoriya a recommendation spot, should he not pass, I'm afraid his admittance will be revoked. Please make sure that he understands the importance of this exercise. Whoa, Shoyuda. What's wrong? Aizawa had stormed out of Nezu's office, his expression frightening the principal's poor secretary when she tried to speak to him on his way out. He would make time to apologize to her for later, but for the moment he needed to find a place to be alone so he could calm down. Most days, Aizawa enjoyed his talks with Nezu. The man was intelligent, cunning. He understood the importance of thinking before acting. Sometimes Aizawa wouldn't even mind the mental games the principal played, looking at them as a challenge. A mental exercise he needed from time to time. Now though, their entire conversation put him on edge. He could only imagine what his expression looked like as he stalked through the hallway in search of his office. Saturday. That only gave them a week for Midoriya to prepare. A week when they were supposed to have 2 years. Granted, these were only first-year students who had been expelled, but Midoriya had only been officially training for little over a month, and now his entire future at UE was riding on a test Aizawa knew nothing about. Aizawa felt ready to turn back, to give in to the irrational urge to tell Nezu what he really thought of this test and his plan, when Hizashi exited the classroom in front of him. He had started to wave when he saw his friend, but his smile dropped when he noticed the anger etched in Aizawa's face. Hizashi. Aizawa may be too angry with Nezu at the moment to think through things clearly, and he would have to examine that carefully later, but Hizashi cared about Midoriya too. He would be more than willing to help him make sure Midoriya was prepared for whatever Nezu planned to throw at him. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Aizawa asked. Yes. Hizashi stammered, caught off guard by the question. He leaned forward, creeping into Aizawa's space to get a better look at his expression. Is everything okay, Shoyuda? You look a little red. Midoriya needs some extra help. Care to join our training session? Bakugo continued to run long after school ended and clubs were dismissed. The sun had already started to slip down beyond the horizon, but he still didn't stop. His mother would worry if he didn't head home soon, but he couldn't care less about that in the moment. Adrenaline burned through his veins, lungs protesting every breath. He knew he should go home. Should eat dinner. Do the mountain of homework he had been avoiding. Instead he kept running. Exercise of any kind always cleared his head, but running especially seemed to help him focus. The extra mental effort it took to keep his quirk in check as he ran reminded him of just how strong he was. Whatever other problems he had were nothing in comparison to that. An hour of running had never failed to solve his immediate problems in the past, but he was already pushing 3 and nothing seemed to be working as it should. Stupid FANG pro heroes and their just as stupid advice. Bakugo should have ignored him. Moved on. And yet here he was still agonizing over what Aizawa could have meant. Think about the power he had had over Deku and how he had used it. What did that even mean? The first part was easy enough to understand. Bakugo had the kind of quirk wannabe heroes dreamed about while Deku was Deku. Quirkless. Useless in a fight. It was obvious that Bakugo would have power over him. He had power over all of the losers in his class, didn't he? Deku wasn't special in that regard. Think about how he had used that power. That was the comment that had Bakugo stuck. What the hell had Aizawa meant by that? He hadn't used his strength in any way that wasn't acceptable. It was the same situation with the nickname. Aizawa had hated him calling Izuku Deku, but no one had ever corrected him for it before now. No one had ever said anything to Bakugo about the way he behaved either. No one but Aizawa. That had to mean something, didn't it? Everyone who had been a witness to their relationship over the years had remained silent. That meant that Aizawa was the one in the wrong. It had to. One voice in a decade of silence. Bakugo started another loop around campus. A few words and a fight with a pro hero. That was all it had taken to unsettle him. He needed answers, and it didn't seem like he was going to be able to find them on his own. Aizawa, the source of all this terrible choking doubt, wasn't an option. Bakugo couldn't trust his view given the situation. Likewise, he couldn't ask any of his teachers. Even if he felt comfortable sharing this bullshit with them, Aizawa's words had made it so that he couldn't trust anything they said either. Who did that leave? His mother? Bakugo snorted at the thought. There was one person he could ask though. One person who knew enough about him to understand what Aizawa had been talking about. One person he could trust to not lie to him. But did he really want to go that far? Yes, he did. Because the longer these questions ate at him, the more frustrated he became. Better to get it over with, even if it meant having to see her again. When Izuku answered the door to see Aizawa standing there, his expression grim, he had a brief moment of panic. We weren't supposed to train today, were we? I thought we were meeting tomorrow, but I could have gotten the dates mixed up. I am so sorry, Aizawa-sensei. How could I have done that? I know you're probably mad, but please don't dash. Aizawa normally allowed Izuku to ramble on, but for once he interrupted before he could get himself worked up. You didn't miss training, Midoriya. I came by because I have some news. Izuku moved out of the way, letting Aizawa step inside. News. Had Hatsum called about his support items? Already? Maybe she had some questions about the modifications he had mentioned. Is that Aizawa-san? Inko called from the other room. It is. Izuku answered back. Your mother should probably be here for this too, Aizawa said. So not Hatsum's inventions then. Looking over his mentor, Izuku felt his stomach drop. Aizawa's usual calm expression was gone, his forehead creasing as he frowned. Is everything okay? Inko asked, coming down the hallway and into view. Something's wrong, Izuku said. You aren't ending our training, are you? Aizawa's expression froze, his eyes dropping down to Izuku. No, nothing like that. I just spoke to Nedza this morning, and there seems to be an unexpected consequence from that paperwork we submitted to make our sessions official. Unexpected consequences? Inko repeated. Fidgeting under her stare, Aizawa hurried on. It seems he needs another demonstration of Midoriya's skills, besides the official demonstration next year. What kind of demonstration? A demonstration wouldn't be that bad. Nedzu had offered him the recommendation slot. He wouldn't offer it and then take it away, right? Izuku would be fine. Aizawa winced, and maybe if Izuku hadn't learned to read Aizawa over the last month he wouldn't have noticed it, but as it was Izuku's earlier panic flooded back. Some of my first-year homeroom students were expelled last week. Nedzu has decided that you're going to fight them. Izuku must have been spending too much time around Bakugu, because only one word came to mind in response to that declaration. Izuku had trained with Aizawa enough to know that no matter what he did he would never win one of their sparring sessions. Throw another pro hero into the mix, and Izuku should have asked his mother to start planning his funeral before he left the house that morning. Wheezing as he tried to regain his breath, Izuku wondered what kind of flowers his mother would choose. He hoped she wouldn't pick chrysanthemums. What arrangement could say, murdered by mentors as cause of death? For a moment, all he wanted was to sink into the mat, hard behind his back, and take a long nap. Then a hand appeared in his line of vision, and his resolve returned. Grabbing Aizawa's hand, Izuku allowed himself to be hauled to his feet. "I think that's enough for today," Aizawa said, and Izuku fought to keep the relief from his face. "Good work today, Midoriya." It was a rare occasion that Aizawa gave voice to his praise. Izuku bit his lip to keep from smiling as he moved to start his cool-down routine. "Are you sure you haven't trained with anyone before, Izuku-kun?" Yamada asked, handing him a water bottle when he finished. "Surely Shoyuda hasn't been that great of a teacher." Grinning, Yamada skirted out of the way as Aizawa made to elbow him in the side. Aizawa leveled his friend with an even expression. "Better teacher than you. What was it your student got in trouble for the other day?" "Oh, I remember now." He dashed. Just kidding. Just kidding. You know you're a great teacher, don't you, Shoyuda? Tell him what a great teacher he is, Izuku-kun." Of course, Izuku cut off at Yamada's exaggerated wink, the other pro hero taking advantage of the fact that Aizawa had turned to face Izuku when he started to speak. Izuku changed directions immediately. "I don't know, Yamada-san. I've learned a lot from you today. Maybe you've been the secret to Aizawa-sensei's success this whole time. The hidden inspiration." Aizawa looked as affronted as Izuku had ever seen him. "My own student," he deadpanned. "How will I ever recover from such a betrayal, I wonder?" "In all seriousness though, Izuku-kun," Yamada said, grinning as he returned one of Aizawa's jabs with his own. "You've come a long way from where you started from what Should told me. You should be proud." Izuku twisted the bottle in his hands. He was proud. He was. When he made the decision to go track down Aizawa, he hadn't known what to expect. Maybe he wouldn't be able to find his apartment. Maybe he would find it and Aizawa would slam the door in his face. And getting Aizawa to agree to train him? That would be the easy part. Would he be able to live up to the hero's expectations? Would he get the chance to live his dream only to once again be told that no matter what he did he would never be cut out for it? Those thoughts had circled around and around in his head as he made the initial trek to the apartment building. One nightmare scenario after another. So, yes, even Izuku had to admit that he was proud of himself for making it as far as he had. But would any of it really matter if he didn't pass this test? Aizawa and Yamada both seemed to realize the shift in Izuku's thoughts. Yamada's grin dropping. The quiet that hung between them weighed on. "We should go over what we know about the test one more time," Aizawa said, tugging on his scarves. "Tell me what we know." 14 students from your freshman homeroom were recently expelled or moved to the Gen Ed course because they weren't taking the hero track seriously, Izuku said immediately, his tone dropping as he launched into information-sharing mode. Of that 14, an unknown number have decided to fight their expulsion or course change. We don't know which students. Izuku could still remember the furious look on Aizawa's face when he told him that Principal Nedzu refused to tell him which students would be involved in the test under the pretense of keeping things fair. The challengers didn't know Izuku's quirk or rather lack thereof. It was only fair that Izuku not know the quirks of the students he would be facing as well. What Principal Nedzu doesn't know though, Izuku continued, is that I've been doing analysis exercises with your homeroom students' quirks since we started training. Even if we can't narrow it down to which students exactly, 14 profiles isn't too many for me to study before the test. I still can't believe that you were Aizawa's mystery consultant, Yamada said. Those breakdowns you did were crazy detailed, kid. Definitely close to being at a professional level. Now that Nedzu knows about you training me, could he guess that I was the one who did the reports for your class? Izuku asked. He knows that that's something I've been working on. He didn't mention anything about them, Aizawa said slowly. And I didn't put them in my official lesson plans. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't know. Don't go into this thinking that you have one up on the principal. That's an almost guaranteed way to fall into whatever trap he has planned, Yamada cut in, throwing an arm over Aizawa's shoulder. These students were dropped from the hero program because they didn't take it seriously, but don't take that to mean they won't try during this exam, Aizawa said, eyeing his Yamada but making no move to push him back out of his space. Nedzu has set this up to play on their pride. Failure can sometimes be the motivation people need to get back on the right track. More than one expelled student from Yui has gone on to join a hero program at a different school and done well. Izuku's head spun. There were so many things to consider, so many things to plan for. He was supposed to have 2 more years to prepare for Yui, and now his entire future was on the line with only a few days to prepare. He thought that things had worked themselves out when Nedzu had offered him the recommendation spot. That he was finally going to get a break after all of the struggling and fighting he had done to keep his dream alive when everyone told him to give it up. He should have known that his path to being a pro hero was never going to be an easy road. Aizawa sighed, finally shrugging Yamada off. I want you to rest tomorrow, Midoriya. No training of any kind. You need to be at full strength for whatever Nedzu has planned for you. Do you understand? Your mother will tell me if you don't listen to me. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Good. Now go ahead and head home. There's nothing else we can do to prepare now. Aizawa opened his mouth to continue but paused, shooting Yamada a quick look. I'm going to go make sure everything is packed up. Way over here. Where I definitely can't hear anything you're saying. Aizawa let out a long breathy sigh again as the other pro-hero quickly walked away and busied himself with meticulously packing Aizawa's duffel bag. This time Izuku didn't try to hide his smile, and when Aizawa turned his attention back towards him, Izuku was met with a shaky smile in return. For a moment they stared at each other, neither of them speaking. Aizawa-sensei dash. Midoriya dash. They both broke off. Aizawa opened his mouth to try again, but Izuku beat him to it, launching himself at his mentor. Stumbling at the unexpected weight, Aizawa looked down to see Izuku wrap him in a tight hug. I'm sorry for joking about Yamada-san being a better teacher, Izuku said into Aizawa's. Sure. You're the best teacher I could have ever asked for. I will never be able to thank you enough for helping me. I won't let you down, I promise. Izuku didn't wait for Aizawa to respond. Didn't even wait for him to return the hug. The moment the words were out, Izuku turned and bolted towards the exit. He would see Aizawa again before the test. Both Aizawa and Yamada were coming over for dinner again the next day to go over everything one last time, after all. Besides, Izuku didn't need the pro-hero to say anything back anyways. Words meant nothing in comparison to what Aizawa had done for him. Now it was Izuku's turn to show him how much their training meant to him. That happened, Aizawa said, still watching the door where Izuku had vanished. It did, Hisashi agreed. But was it really a good idea to tell him about Nedzu's condition? That's a lot of pressure to put on a 13-year-old. I had to tell him, Aizawa responded. It would be just like Nedzu to try to use this to throw Midoriya off. Better he finds out now and knows what's at stake ahead of time. He sounded like you when he started explaining the test. Did you notice? He's got that tone you use down pat, and I don't even think he realizes it. I don't know what you're talking about. Hisashi waved him off. Sure you don't. Anyway, if he goes to Yui, people are going to know immediately that you two know each other. He's only been training with you, what, a little over a month? How many of your habits will he have adopted in 2 years? He asked, leaning into Aizawa's space again. Who knows, you might even get mistaken for his dad again. Hisashi could see it now. Izuku trying and failing to keep his training with Shoyuta a secret, giving himself away with the starry-eyed adoration and unquestioning respect he had for the hero who made it his mission to keep himself out of the spotlight. Hisashi wondered how many comments it would take before Izuku stood up to anyone who criticized Shura's teaching methods. Midoriya will be going to Yui, Aizawa said, ignoring his friend's comment. Whatever the outcome of this test. But didn't Nezu say this would count as his entrance exam? Hisashi frowned. If his recommendation spot is revoked and Nezu bars him from the normal exam, he can't get in the hero course no matter how much he improves between now and then. I didn't say anything about the hero course. Isn't this the part where you're supposed to say that you know he'll pass the exam no matter what? Hisashi asked. Aizawa turned his back to him, double-checking to make sure that he had everything together. I can't say that. Midoriya has trained a lot. He's going to be a very capable hero one day. But he's only been training for a short period of time. He's only just now finding out ways to get around fighting without a quirk. Even if these students haven't given their studies their full attention, they've still had years to learn the ins and outs of their abilities. Shoyuta dash. I want Midoriya to pass Nezu's test. Of course I do. Aizawa's voice dropped as he spoke, and Hisashi, who had been moving to stand beside him, paused a few feet away. As his mentor, I don't have the luxury of simply believing in him and dealing with the consequences if he fails later. I made a promise to Midoriya that I would help him become a hero as long as he continued to work hard and listen to my instructions. He's kept his end of our bargain, and I intend to keep mine. Whether that means preparing him for the hero course or making sure there are other options available to him. It made sense, Hisashi thought. He had known Shoyuta long enough to know that he would want to have a plan ready for everything. Shoyuta had done everything he could to prepare Izuku for the trial he had ahead of him, made sure his young student knew that he was proud of the progress that he had made going into the test. And if Izuku failed? Shoyuta would be there ready with a new plan, a new path. Not because he didn't believe that Izuku could pass Nezu's outrageous challenge, but because he believed in Izuku's future as a hero enough to not see failure here as the end of his journey. Izuku might not be able to join the hero course if he didn't pass Nezu's test, but that couldn't keep him from passing the general admission test. His path would be harder, there would be so many other obstacles standing in his way, but students had been moved from the Gen Ed course before. Not many, but enough. If anyone could help Izuku down that road, it was Shoyuta. It had been hard, but Izuku did as Aizawa had asked and spent the entire day before the test doing anything but training. He could see the hero's point, but sitting around watching TV or trying to read a book couldn't hold his attention for long when it felt like his entire future was on the line the next day. A short reprieve came when Yamada and Aizawa came for dinner. Anticipating his young charge's nerves, Aizawa had brought Marlowe over for a visit as well. Although not happy at having to travel in a carrier, Marlowe had warmed up to the new environment, and Izuku had had a few short hours where he could forget about everything. No test, no Nezu, no challenging first years. Just Izuku, his mom, Aizawa, and Yamada. Aizawa had ruffled his hair before he left, telling Izuku he would pick him up in the afternoon. Yamada had winked at him before he closed the door. And then Izuku was left alone with his thoughts again. Izuku had promised that he wouldn't train, but he couldn't stop his brain from cycling through the quirks of the students he might be facing the next day. Earth manipulation, teleportation, shape-shifting. 14 students who had quirks strong enough to get into the most competitive hero program in the country. And what did he have? A talent for overthinking and a little over a month's worth of training. He just didn't understand. Ever since Nezu had told him about Aizawa's reputation, about the reasons Aizawa's students were expelled, Izuku had been trying to figure them out. Why would you waste such an amazing opportunity? Here Izuku was pushing himself to the limit every day to try to get the same chance, and they had thrown it away as if it didn't matter. He had tried to put himself in their shoes, hoping it would give him some kind of insight into what to expect from tomorrow, but the more he tried, the more frustrated it made him. Izuku stared at his ceiling, trying to will himself to sleep, but now that he had started that line of thought, he couldn't go back. These students had already ruined their chances at being in Yui's hero course. He refused to let them do the same to him. When Aizawa arrived the next evening, he took one look at Izuku's face and sighed. Did you get any sleep last night, Midoriya? Izuku rubbed at the back of his neck, sheepish. About 3 hours? I shouldn't have expected otherwise, I suppose. Please be careful, Izuku, Inko said, pulling him into a hug. And good luck. I know you'll do great. She released him, stepping towards Aizawa, her arms wide. What do you dash? Aizawa cut off as Inko pulled him into a hug as well. Thank you for everything you've done for Izuku, she said, quickly moving back out of Aizawa's space. I know I've said this to you before, but there really is no way I can repay you for what you've done for him. You don't need to thank me, Inko-san, Aizawa coughed, refusing to meet her eyes. Midoriya deserves his chance. Now we should probably be on our way. The trip to Yui passed in silence, with Izuku too nervous to speak and Aizawa too unsure of what to say that wouldn't make the situation worse. The looming buildings of Yui's main campus usually filled Izuku with a sense of wonder. That was where the best of the best heroes had studied, he had thought, and if he worked hard enough and was lucky he might get to train there too. Today though, the sight of the gleaming buildings twisted the knot in the pit of his stomach. How was Izuku supposed to fight when he felt like he couldn't even breathe? They passed through the arched gates, Aizawa leading the way towards one of the simulation fields at the back of the main campus's property. Nedzu sent me the location when we passed through the gates, Aizawa explained. If the section he sent me is the correct one, then this should be neutral ground. None of my first years have been to this field before. What's it set up as? Izuku asked. A city. But it's very industrial. Lots of hanging bars and all of the buildings are metal. It's basically a multi-layered maze designed to look like a city. Izuku hummed, his mind buzzing. It's hard to strategize even with the location if I don't know what we're doing. Just stay calm, Aizawa said. You've been working on analyzing situations faster. You'll get a chance to think things through while Nedzu is explaining. Izuku nodded, and they fell back into silence. As they approached the field, Izuku could see Nedzu at the gates along with a small crowd of students. 7 of them. It wasn't the whole group, but Izuku had been hoping for less. Just as Aizawa had said, Izuku could see uneven pieces of metal sticking out above the tall walls of that surrounded the arena. The walls had to be at least 2 stories high, and stretched on far into the distance. It was impossible for him to tell from that distance how big the simulation field really was. Nedzu smiled as they grew closer. Midoriya-kun, Aizawa-sensei, now that everyone is here we can go over the rules of this little test. He turned to face the expelled students. As you have been informed, Midoriya Izuku is not yet at Yui. He's been studying with Aizawa-sensei recently and has been granted a recommendation spot when he enters high school in 2 years. Should you win this little challenge I've arranged, you will be able to stay at Yui. And what about him? One of the students said, stepping forward. His electric blue hair was cropped short, Izuku noticed, but it had the same spiked look as Kaken's. The boy's face twisted in a sneer as he spoke. What happens to him if he loses? Nedzu chuckled. Well, his recommendation spot will be revoked, of course. Now would you like to get on with the details of this challenge? He waited a moment for the assembled students to nod. Right then. This will basically be a reverse game of hide and go seek. Young Midoriya here will be playing the villain and will be allowed 15 minutes in the maze to begin with. You may use this time however you would like, map part of the area, find a place to hide, set up traps. Whatever you can think of. With me so far? Another round of nods. At the end of the 15 minutes, the challenging students will be released into the area one at a time. Your job is to find Midoriya-kun and bring him back to the exit, Nedzu smiled. If you are captured, Midoriya-kun, you are, of course, allowed to fight back. If Midoriya manages to remain free, he wins. If a challenging student is able to bring him back outside the area, then they win. Once the last student enters the maze, you have 30 minutes on the clock. Just stay free. Izuku could do that. 15 minutes wouldn't give him a lot of time to work with, but he could get in deeper, find somewhere to hide. He might not even have to fight, depending on how good a job he did remaining unseen. Well, if everyone understands what's going on, then we might as well begin. Midoriya-kun, you can take your position by the door. The moment you enter the field, the timer will begin. Izuku turned, looking up at Aizawa. The presence of the hero's usual blank expression gave Izuku the push he needed. Aizawa wasn't worried about the test. Izuku couldn't be either. He nodded at his mentor, and his mentor gave a slow nod in return. The moment Izuku stepped up towards the wall, a panel for the door slid open, a dark red line marking the starting point between the door frames. The test was straightforward enough. He knew what he needed to do to pass. Now all he had to do was put his knowledge and Aizawa's training to good use. Taking a deep breath, Izuku crossed the line into the arena. Netsu's test had begun. Izuku ran as the starting buzzer sounded overhead. 15 minutes. He had 15 minutes to put together a plan. Metal buildings loomed tall around him, windowless walls surrounding him on all sides, smooth pipes reaching out towards him as he passed. Doorways hung open that he could tuck into, simple handholds stuck out from the building's exterior that he could use to climb. Plans flickered to the forefront of his mind, but he pushed them all aside. Would they give him a brief advantage over the Yui students? But they would also guarantee a fight, and that was the one thing Izuku wanted to avoid more than anything right now. It would be simple enough to hide in one of the closer buildings and count on his competitors to assume he had gotten as far away from the exit as possible, but what if they didn't? What if they found him straight away and Izuku had to spend 30 minutes fighting at the boundaries, hanging on the edge of having his future ripped out from under him? Aizawa had done a lot for Izuku, had pushed him leagues beyond where he had been before their lessons had started, but Izuku had recognized the students waiting for him outside the field. He remembered the profiles he wrote on them. Despite the actions that led Aizawa to decide they were no longer fit for the hero course, they had earned their place during the entrance exam for a reason. Their quirks were all the flashy, obviously fit for heroics type of ability that Izuku had spent years wishing for. Squandering their chance to be in the best school in the country hadn't erased the abilities that had gotten them there in the first place. What could Izuku really do in a head-on fight against them with such little training under his belt? Ahead of him the path split, 3 different paths glinting in the evening light. Izuku didn't pause before taking the path on the left, a slow grin spreading across his face as he ran. Adrenaline raced through his veins with every step. If he was going to win this, it wouldn't be because of his physical abilities alone. That had never been his strong suit to begin with, had never been the reason Aizawa agreed to train him. He needed a plan that wouldn't pit him against his competition immediately. Avoiding a fight the entire test wouldn't be possible, but if he could delay it, let the clock run down, put the fight on his terms, Izuku stopped running in a relatively open space. Buildings circled around him, paths splitting off into different directions. Plenty of places to hide, just enough space to fight if it came down to it. Aizawa had done so much for him, believed in him, trained him, become someone Izuku couldn't imagine not having around him. Whatever Netsu's intentions for this test were, Izuku wouldn't fail. He couldn't afford to. The sound of buzzer echoed through the field again. Izuku's 15 minutes were up. All he could do now was hope that his plan worked. Bakugo hadn't spoken to Midoriya Inko since before he started graduated from elementary school. There had been a time, hazy and hard to remember as it was, where he had been almost a constant fixture at the Midoriya household. He could remember Deku trying to sneak him into his room when they had both been told it was too late to play, the days where he had simply gone home with his former friend when school ended and not left again until school the next morning. Dinners spent making faces at Midoriya Hisashi from across the table on the rare occasions he was there. That time had ended so long ago it wasn't worth remembering. Bakugo regretted nothing about the way his friendship with Deku had deteriorated, but somehow that still didn't manage to stop the wave of nostalgia that rose when he stepped up to that same door, unchanged through the years that had passed since he last visited. He didn't want to visit, didn't want to take the time talking to Inko when he had so many other things he needed to be doing, but if anyone would be honest with him about what Aizawa had said, it would be her. He may not look up to her anymore, but he trusted her enough to know she wouldn't lie to him. Izuku wouldn't be there, Bakugo had made sure of that before he decided to visit. He had heard his classmate muttering something about a test and Netsu, although why Deku would be talking about Yui's principal in such a negative tone, for him at least, when the entrance exam was still over a year away, Bakugo didn't know. It had a lot of effort to shove down the anger that had risen up once again at the thought of Deku managing to get another foot through the door on his way to becoming a hero, but he had managed it. Barely. Bakugo had more important things to think about at the moment. He didn't have time to worry about whatever trouble Deku had managed to land himself in. He would get himself out of it or he wouldn't. Either way, it didn't concern Bakugo in the slightest. Still, he hesitated before knocking, his hand stopping just before his knuckles made contact with the smooth wood. He wasn't afraid. That would be ridiculous. Midoriya Inko was like her son in a lot of ways. If Bakugo were asked to describe her, intimidating wouldn't make the list of adjectives he would use to describe her. Gentle maybe. Plain. Too kind for her own good most days. Nothing that would stop him from achieving what he had come here to do. Refusing to waste another second standing outside the apartment for no reason, Bakugo rapped sharply on the door and waited for a response. A voice replied, muffled through the door, and Bakugo stepped back as the seconds ticked by. "Hello, how can I?" Inko's words cut off abruptly as her eyes lifted to see Bakugo standing in front of her. For a moment they stood there, staring at one another without speaking. Bakugo shifted, taking a step towards the door again. Midoriya Dash. Her surname was all he managed to get out before Inko startled, slamming the door in his face. Standing in the empty hallway, staring at the door that hadn't reopened, Bakugo wondered absently if coming to see Deku's mother hadn't been a mistake after all. Igarashi Tetsuru stood with the other first years, watching as the clock counted down the 15-minute reprieve Nedzu had granted the middle schooler. He still couldn't believe that this was the test the great principal of Yui had come up with. A game of what was essentially hide and seek with a little kid. Tetsuru snorted. "What a joke." "Problem, Igarashi-san?" Nedzu asked, making his way over to the group of students. Aizawa eyed them from where he stood, but he made no move to talk to his former students, fiddling with the end of one of his scarves as he watched Nedzu move closer. "Yeah, I do." Tetsuru responded, anger coloring his words as a light wind began to pick up around them. "Tetsu," Hana said, pulling at his sleeve, but Tetsuru jerked his arm away from his grasp. "Well then, go ahead, placeholder-san," Nedzu said, his grin sending a shiver down Tetsuru's spine. "Please. If you have a problem with this test, feel free to share. This is a learning opportunity, after all. The point of this test is to prove we deserve to be in the hero course, isn't it?" Tetsuru demanded. "Then why do you have us fighting a middle schooler? He isn't even in a hero course. I don't care if he's on track to get in on recommendations or not, what will put us up against him prove?" Nedzu may have been several feet shorter than the first year, but the look in his eyes made Tetsuru feel like he was facing a giant. "You don't even know young Midoriya's quirk and already you've written him off as not a challenge because he's a few years younger?" Nedzu chuckled. "We may need to tweak that entrance exam after all, Aizawa-sensei, if students lacking such a basic level of common sense can still manage to pass. There are many points to this exam, almost all of which you seem to have missed entirely. I wouldn't waste my time personally attending this trial if there wasn't something of importance for you to learn." "You dash," Tetsuru stuttered, but Nedzu wasn't finished. "As for Midoriya not being in the hero course, I would like to remind you that at this moment neither are you." Nedzu shrugged, the picture of indifference. "If you would rather not take this test, and accept your movement to the Gen Ed course, that is entirely your decision. Either way, I suggest you find some measure of control over your emotions." "I'm taking the exam." "Yes, that's what I thought." Izuku crouched behind the edge of a building, peeking out at the path that led to the arena's entrance. 5 minutes, 26. 5 minutes, 27. 5 minutes, 28. He mumbled low under his breath, but the path remained empty. He couldn't count on it taking the first years as long to reach his position as it did him. How would they strategize? Izuku wondered as he waited. He knew what he would have done if he had been in their position. Nedzu had said whoever got him across the boundary would be allowed to stay in the hero course, but he had said nothing about them working alone. If Izuku had been faced with trying to capture a single target whose quirk was unknown and he had the option of working with people whose abilities he was well aware of, he wouldn't hesitate. Would these students think of that though? Izuku couldn't be sure, but he hoped for his sake they didn't. Working his way around one opponent would be hard enough at his current level. If they managed to outnumber, his chances of winning would disappear. Wind whistled through the alley, rattling the loose metal against the buildings. Izuku tensed, eyes trained on the path leading from the entrance. Igarashi Tetsuru rounded the corner moments later, his stormy expression matching his quirk perfectly. Izuku recognized him immediately. Tetsuru's profile had been one of the more interesting ones from Aizawa's current class 1A. His quirk gave him the ability to manipulate winds. Basic as far as quirks went, but the simplicity to it gave him so many options. Izuku had spent far too much time on his profile when doing those first homework assignments for Aizawa. It had been strange to finally have a name and a face matched with the ability when his mentor had handed over the student's public files. The wind user, much to Izuku's relief, didn't seem to see him though, running straight past his hideout at the building's edge and down the alley in the opposite direction. As much as he wanted to see Tetsuru's quirk in action, Izuku could live with not having to fight him. Izuku could still hear Tetsuru's quirk shaking the metal, but the howling grew quieter and quieter as he continued to move away from him. 6 minutes, 32. 6 minutes, 33. The minutes ticked by, but no one else appeared. 10 minutes, 16. 10 minutes, savant dash, Izuku's low words cut off in a cough. Too focused on the path ahead of him, he hadn't noticed the seeds that had started to drift in the air around him. Like the wispy seeds from a dandelion, they hung around his head, clinging to where they landed on his clothes and skin. "Good job, guys," a voice said from up the path. "I knew I could count on you." A girl, her hair almost the exact same shade of green as Izuku's, stepped into view where Tetsuru had passed only moments ago. Unlike the wind user though, the girl was looking directly at him. "Harahana," she said with a grin. "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. Sorry it had to be under such rotten circumstances." Izuku's eyes widened, swatting quickly at the seeds that stuck to him. Hana laughed. "Oh, don't worry about those. Their only job was to find you. Great for searching, not so great for combat. But I see you recognize me." She pouted, placing a hand on her hip. "No doubt Aizawa-sensei shared our files. Doesn't seem fair if you ask me. We got no such introduction on your quirk, after all." Crouched behind the building's edge as he was, when Hana decided to attack, Izuku would have nowhere to maneuver. She had long-range attacks. He didn't, at least not yet. Should he try and run or try and fight? Slowly, Izuku stepped out into the open space. "Did you ask for my file?" Izuku responded, moving until he stood in front of the building. Each second that passed brought him closer to the test's end. If he could keep her talking, keep wasting time. "I didn't. So, I guess I can't really complain after all, can I?" Izuku couldn't understand it. Hana, like Tetsuru, had an amazing quirk. A quirk perfect for heroics. Yet she had been kicked out. Now here she was with the chance to earn her spot back, and she didn't seem that concerned about it. Was that the arrogance in her own skills that Aizawa had complained about, or did she actually not care whether or not she passed the test? If Izuku had been angry before, now he was furious. Sure, Netsu might have come up with some other test for him before the demonstrations, but at least by then he would have had more time to train. The only reason his future at Yui was at stake right now was because of these students. Netsu had seen the opportunity and taken it, throwing Izuku into something the principal had to have known he was unprepared for. Maybe the point had been to make him angry. Maybe the point had been to push him to his limits, to see what he would do, to see how much he could handle when he was in over his head. "No. I guess you can't." Hana reached into her pocket, pulling out a small packet. "I really am sorry about this, Midoriya-kun." With a flick of her wrist, seeds littered the ground between them. For a moment it seemed as if nothing would happen, but then the ground exploded as huge, thorny vines broke the surface. He had only a second's glimpse of them before they shot towards him, covering his line of sight in a green wave of thorns. Scrambling back, Izuku threw himself to the side as the vines converged, hitting the ground where he had been standing and spilling out in every direction. Izuku hissed in pain as he pulled himself quickly to his feet. The leg of his gym pants had been torn, blood staining the fabric red where a thorn had managed to catch him before he got out of the way. What would have happened if he hadn't moved out of the way? Unfazed by the damage her attack had done, Hana pushed back against another vine, choosing a more precise movement over range. Once again, Izuku barely had time to dodge as the vine lashed out. There was the sound of screeching metal, and Izuku threw his arms over his head, ducking out of the way just as the pipes that had been sticking out overhead crashed to the ground. Hana's vine had cut straight through them. "You can't win this fight, Midoriya-kun," Hana said. "I didn't want to hurt you, but I had to make that clear. Come with me now, and I'm sure Nedzu will let you take the entrance exam with everyone else. I might have let Tetsu drag me down, but I deserve to be in the hero course. If anyone is going to pass this test, it's going to be me." Izuku's mind raced. The crash from the pipes had been loud enough that anyone close by would have had to have heard it. All of the other first years could be on their way to the clearing, and then Izuku would be outnumbered. Even if he could somehow get them fighting each other instead, someone was bound to notice him trying to get away. He couldn't fight them all at once. He couldn't run if they all showed up. Izuku needed to end this fight now and put as much distance between himself and the crash as he could. His eyes landed on the metal pipe at his feet. "If I don't pass, this counts as my entrance exam," Izuku said. "I can't try for the hero course." "You could always try for Gen Ed, move into the hero course that way," she suggested, as if she weren't here fighting to stay out of the Gen Ed course as well. "If your quirk is good enough for Aizawa-sensei to support you on recommendations dash," she stopped, her eyes narrowing. "What is your quirk anyway?" Izuku responded by grabbing one of the fallen pipes and launching it at her head. Hana knocked the pipe aside easily with one of her vines, but the moment's distraction was all Izuku needed to reach two other pipes that had fallen a short distance away. They weren't Eskrima rods, but they would do in a pinch. "Dragging me back to the boundary isn't going to be that easy," Izuku said, flipping the pipes in his hands to shift his grip. "Sorry for the inconvenience."